following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One.
Watson under center from his own Cleveland 20. It's the snap, four-man rush, second down, 9 from behind. Ball knocked away. Highsmith is picked up by Watt from the 15 to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown! Pittsburgh touchdown! T.J. Watt!
Single back as Etienne gets the handoff, running over the left side, finds a hole at the 30. He's free at the 20. Left numbers to the 10. Breaks a tackle and he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Jaguars! A 35-yard run for Travis Etienne Jr.
Brock Purdy airing it out, deep for Debo in the end zone, makes the catch on the right side of the end zone for the touchdown. 27 yards to Debo Samuel. And San Francisco may have just put it away.
Jackson in the gun. Here's the snap. Jackson hands it off on a jet sweep to Flowers. Cuts right to the 30. 25-20. Flowers into the secondary. Inside the 5. All the way to the end zone. Touchdown Ravens. Ball game Ravens.
Mahomes looking. Right side. Throws. End zone. Touchdown. Travis Kelce. 14-yard score. And the Chiefs add to their lead.
Every primetime game.
Whatever it takes.
All season long.
The only thing matters is a win. That's it.
The road to Super Bowl 58 is on Westwood One.
Let's go, man.
Now, it's time for Sunday Night Football. Let's head to the stadium and join Ryan Radke and Ryan Leaf.
We welcome you to Everbank Stadium in Jacksonville for Week 15 of Sunday Night Football and a battle of first-place teams as the 10-3 Baltimore Ravens face the 8-5 Jacksonville Jaguars. Tonight's broadcast of the National Football League on Westwood One is sponsored by AutoZone, by Wrangler, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by BetMGM, and by NFL.com. Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Radke along with Ryan Leaf. Scott Graham will join us shortly from our Westwood One studios. A pair of teams firmly in the playoff picture meet tonight. The Ravens currently the number 1 seed of the AFC and can officially clinch a playoff berth with a win. The Jaguars have the lead in the AFC South. They can clinch their second straight winning season if they come out on top. Ryan, let's start with Baltimore. The Ravens lost maybe their best offensive weapon a couple of weeks ago when Mark Andrews went out with an ankle injury. But they just keep on winning with a formula that seems like it's been in place in Baltimore for a long time now. You run the ball, you play great defense, you win a lot of football games.
Yeah, number 1 in rushing in the NFL, over 150 yards a game. But the addition of Todd Monken, offensive coordinator from Georgia, the back-to-back national championship team, has been a real difference maker in terms of how they've utilized the passing game. And I don't think enough people know about Isaiah Likely, because I think there was a lot of panic around Baltimore when Mark Andrews went down, but instead Isaiah has showed up. A second-year player, Coastal Carolina. He's been really special, but everything runs through Lamar, and he's having a little more ability to make some changes at the line of scrimmage, which has been big for him.
Yeah, you talk about Likely, 5 catches, 83 yards, and a touchdown a week ago. Maybe a coming-out party for him. We'll see how he follows it up here tonight. The Jags have been really good defending the run, but when you defend Baltimore's run, you're not only worried about the running backs, you have to account for the legs of Lamar Jackson.
You have to, and it's so difficult. You use a spy defensively, and what are they going to do? You're exactly right. They're 4th in the league in yards per game when it comes to stopping the run. Where they've struggled over the last couple of weeks has been on the back end. The injuries have mounted up. They haven't been able to get the pressure up front to make it a difference on the back end. So you're going to have a big game from some of those guys. And then Josh Allen and the crew is going to have to get after Lamar and keep him contained inside the pocket.
Yeah, Jags still dealing with some of those injuries in the back end. Andre Sisco, their safety, is going to be out again tonight. Tyson Campbell, starting corner, also out of this game tonight. And for the Jags, look, I mean, they were riding high. They had a 5-game winning streak, but since that time, they've lost 3 of their last 5 games, including each of their last 2. This is a big game for the Jags tonight, trying to stay on top of that AFC South.
Yeah, you look at their schedule, too, and you look at the big games, the ones they're going to have to get over the top on. You go back to where they battled the Chiefs in Week 2, and then the Texans, that was an upstart at the time. The 49ers matchup, when the 49ers came out to play, and they just have not played well here at home. 2-4, and this is a big game. a team that's going to be playing with some desperation. Just 2 weeks ago, they were in the hunt for the number 1 overall seed. Now, they're just trying to stay on top of the AFC South.
It doesn't seem to make sense. It seems like everybody plays well at home, but not the Jaguars. They have been so much better away from this place. Meanwhile, Ravens, one of the best road teams in the NFL. Much more to come from Jacksonville as we approach kickoff between the Ravens and the Jags. When we return, though, Scott Graham joins us from our studios. You are listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football.
This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. Visit the BetMGM GameSense website at mgmresorts.com/GameSense for information on setting limits, guidance on odds and probability, and resources for problem gambling support. Plus, you can learn strategies and get tips on how to gamble more responsibly, discover the symptoms of problem gambling, and find out whom to call if you need help anytime, anywhere. Stay safe and have fun with BetMGM and GameSense. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome to the Sunday Night Football pregame show on Westwood One, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, getting ready for Sunday Night Football tonight, the Baltimore Ravens, the Jacksonville Jaguars going at it this evening in a big game in the AFC. Take a look at what's happened earlier today in the National Football League. The Buffalo Bills have played their way back into the playoff mix. They did it by dominating the Dallas Cowboys today at Highmark Stadium. 31-10 the final. James Cook runs for 179 yards, has 2 touchdowns on the day. Buffalo improves to 8-6. Dallas falls to 10-4. San Francisco wrapped up the NFC West. They beat Arizona today 45-29. 3 total touchdowns for Christian McCaffrey in this one. Brock Purdy threw for 4. San Francisco 11-3. Arizona falls to 3-11. It was Tampa Bay beating Green Bay 34-20. They solidify their lead in the NFC South. Baker Mayfield 381 yards and 4 touchdowns in the win for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Rams are part of the picture now in the NFC playoff race. They hold the 7 seed presently as they beat Washington today 28-20. 2 more touchdown passes for Matthew Stafford, who's playing well, and 111 yards today for Cooper Kupp in the victory over the Washington Commanders. New Orleans Saints beat the New York Giants today 24-6 in the final. Derek Carr 3 touchdown passes in that one. New York falls to 5-9 on the year, not out, but close to out in the playoff race. Carolina gets their 2nd win of the year. Eddie Pinheiro, game-winning 23-yard field goal in the rain as time expired. They beat Atlanta today 9-7. The AFC, Miami trying for the top seed, chasing Baltimore, a 30-0 winner over the New York Jets today. They gave up just 103 yards, 4 turnovers, and 6 sacks on the day. Raheem Mostert, now the all-time rushing yardage or rushing touchdown leader in Miami history. He had 2 more today in the win. Miami's now 10-4. Kansas City held serve today in New England. They beat the Patriots 27-17 the final. Patrick Mahomes throwing for a couple of scores in this ball game as New England falls to 3-11. Cleveland scores late and then survives a Hail Mary on the final play that could have been completed from Chicago. Browns win by a score of 20-17. 2 more touchdown passes and 374 yards for Joe Flacco in that one. And it was Houston in overtime beating Tennessee. Kaimi Fairbairn hits a 54-yard field goal on the final play of overtime as time expires, as the Texans, without C.J. Stroud, get a win today on the road in Tennessee. By the way, the Titans eliminated from playoff contention. We'll have more of those games coming up at halftime, but as we work our way toward kickoff of Sunday Night Football, time now to hear from Nick Costos from BetQL Network with some of the numbers our listeners might be interested in for tonight's matchup between the Ravens and the Jaguars. Nick?
Thanks, Scott. The spread for Sunday Night Football sees Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens, a 4-point road favorite at Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars. The total is 42. And there's been one-way action today on both side and total, and it's been on the Ravens and the over. And that's because the weather forecast has cleared up a bit. If you agree that the Ravens are likely to win a higher scoring game if there aren't heavy winds, there's still some value betting the over right now at 42. This game also matters if you want to wager on who's going to win most valuable player. The Ravens need to win tonight for Lamar to keep pace in the market with new betting favorite Brock Purdy. Baltimore and San Francisco play next Monday on Christmas night. As for props, Ravens receiver Odell Beckham Jr. was targeted 10 times last week. He had 97 yards and a touchdown. Beckham's receiving yards prop tonight, 39.5. I'm Nick Costos from the BetQL Network, sponsored by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. Please gamble responsibly. Scott, back to you.
All right, thank you, Nick. As we continue with the pregame show, we're going to take a closer look at tonight's matchup. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, this is Clay Harbor.
This is Love the Tupu.
It's Bob Popple along with Super Bowl champion Carl Banks.
Hey, NFL fans. This is Solomon Wilcox, former NFL safety and host of the Believe in Bengals podcast. Catch my show and all 32 Believe NFL podcasts on the SiriusXM app. Search Believe, that's BLEAV, plus your team's name on the SiriusXM app and Apple Podcasts. Believe is included with all SiriusXM trials and SiriusXM plans.
Soccer's biggest clubs play in the English Premier League, and you can hear them in action every week on SiriusXM FC.
A 5-star show from Manchester City.
From the traditional powers.
Liverpool have been incredible tonight. Manchester United may just have won it.
To the new kids on the block.
Newcastle United, they have liftoff.
All the top teams.
A quick fire double from Chelsea.
Every match.
Absolutely glorious from Tottenham Hotspur.
Only on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SXM app.
High speed, high tech, and filled with high flyers. Formula One is the world's most elite motorsports league. I'm Sarah Eisen, and my new CNBC documentary, Inside Track, The Business of Formula One, takes a detailed look at what's fueling F1's popularity and who's profiting. You'll hear from the biggest names in the sport, including executives, drivers, and sponsors. Follow the Squawk on the Street podcast and listen to Inside Track, The Business of Formula One now.
Hi, football fans. This is Solomon Wilcox. Don't miss a minute of the NFL season on SiriusXM. Join me and my co-host Ryan Leaf tomorrow morning as we recap all of the Week 15 action, plus a closer look at the Monday Night Football matchup between the Seahawks and Eagles. Start your morning with the opening drive tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern on NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the SiriusXM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans.
Welcome back to the Sunday Night Football pregame show, getting you ready for the Ravens and the Jaguars. Jacksonville coming in as the number 4 seed in the AFC with a half-game lead now over Indianapolis in the AFC South. I could promote how big this game is for you, but I figured maybe we'll just let Jacksonville head coach Doug Peterson do it.
Two good football teams coming together, two top 4 right now in the AFC, playing, and these are the games, again, it goes back to what I expect our players to get used to, right? Playing in moments like this and games like this. Baltimore obviously has. Again, it just we have to turn it internally and just focus on us and make sure we are doing everything that we can in our power to be prepared for these games, but the confidence is there.
Guys told you at the top, Jags haven't played well at home, but Trevor Lawrence has. He's got 7 touchdowns and no interceptions in his past 2 at Everbank Stadium. On the other side, the Ravens behind Lamar Jackson, 7-1 since week 6. That's the best record in the National Football League over that period of time. Lamar had his second 300-yard, 3-touchdown game last week, and that says a lot with Mark Andrews out now for the remainder of the season, ostensibly, the all-world tight end that he goes to on a regular basis. But Isaiah Likely, who had a nice end of the season last year, the kid out of Coastal Carolina, is filling in now at tight end. And I asked him this week what it's like now to be a more experienced second-year player in the NFL.
Being able to have rookie hiccups, whether it's hearing the play call too fast or really trying to diagnose the defense while you're walking out there. Just little things like rookies go through, already having a heartbeat on that in the year 2 and being able to just process things a lot faster and then really just being able to perfect your craft out there.
When you come in to begin year 2, is it almost like you can take a breath and say, all right, I think I understand more. I've got this now?
For sure. I mean, it does wonders for your confidence, just understanding that you're here for a reason, and they wouldn't put you out there unless they know that you could do your job to the best of your capability. So just going into that and then just giving everything you got 100%.
The offense you're playing in is unique because your quarterback is unique. What does Lamar bring back there? It seems like he has the ability to look and find whatever is necessary at that time to make it work.
Yeah, I feel like the one thing that I could say, snap in, snap out the L, brings is no doubt. I mean, there's never a doubt in anybody on the offense's mind that we can't score on any given play, on any given down, just because of how special 8 is back there and the things that he can do with the ball in his hand, whether it's running or passing.
Does that mean you also have to be ready to, let's call it improvise a little bit more because you really don't know which way this thing is going?
For sure. I mean, it always just lets you know that the play is never over until the whistle blows, especially when he has the ball in his hand, because he can have a run, fake to one side, go to the other, or pass where he's scrambling around and you might just pop open down the field wide open because he's been running, making defenses miss for the past 8 seconds.
When you take a look at this opponent you've got coming up this week, what are you seeing on film?
I see a lot of people that defense that just flies to the ball, a defense that really plays together. I mean, they create a lot of turnovers off of really just giving maximum effort and always bend but don't break. So really just knowing that every play matters from the first snap to the last snap in the fourth quarter is going to be a good one.
What's it like playing for Coach Harbaugh? He's got an intensity level that we see on the sideline that you can feel even if you're not in the stadium.
For sure. I mean, I love Coach. He gets on me sometimes by the little things because, he wants you and everybody to be a great player. And he also shows you as much love as any coach I've ever been around. So really just understand that sometimes it's going to be hard coaching, but it's for a good reason because he knows what you're capable of. And he knows that the reason you're here is because you belong here. So, I feel like I belong to be a Raven. I love being a Raven, and I'll do anything to be a Raven.
Isaiah Likely might be a big part of what happens tonight. This Jags defense ranks in the bottom 5 in passing yards and passing touchdowns allowed. Opening kickoffs coming up. We're going to rejoin Ryan Radke and Ryan Leaf at Everbank Stadium when we return. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your pin. My car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Some might call me obsessed, but if you shop for holiday gifts at Kohl's, you get it. With their friends and family sale, I got 25% off already great deals, like 40% off comfy tech gear activewear. Then I saved 30% on Lego building sets, 30% on cozy Kookaburra by UGG bedding, and earn Kohl's cash. So yeah, I think it's pretty obvious why I love Kohl's, and why you'll love it too. Select styles, Lego and Kookaburra by UGG. Coupons do not apply. Some exclusions apply. Offers end December 17th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. It's time for another memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Kohl's.
Here we go. 3 receivers to the right. They're bunched to the right. Hasty, the running back, stands to the left. Now Zay Jones motions to the left. Shotgun for Trevor. He drops. He looks. Fires left side of both. Caught! Zay Jones catches it! The 2-point conversion is good! Jacksonville has taken the lead! How good is that?
Frank Franchi with the call on the Jaguars radio network. Zay Jones with what turned out to be the game-winning play in last year's thrilling Ravens-Jaguars game. After Baltimore grabbed a 7-point lead just before the 2-minute warning, Jacksonville marched 75 yards down the field to pull within a point on a Trevor Lawrence to Marvin Jones touchdown with 14 seconds remaining. The Jags head coach Doug Peterson made the bold call, elected to go for the 2-point conversion and the lead. But the Ravens made it interesting, returning the ensuing kickoff to their own 39. Then Lamar Jackson completed a 12-yard sideline route that put Justin Tucker in position to attempt a 67-yarder to win it. That field goal fell just short, and the Jaguars held on for a 28-27 win. That's tonight's memorable moment in football history, sponsored by Kohl's. Celebrate the season with gifts, deals, and holiday feels. Find perfect presents for everybody and every budget. Shop Kohl's and Kohl's.com today. big game for both teams, as we said. Jags trying to hold on to the AFC South lead. Baltimore knows they've got the Niners and Dolphins coming up next. Let's go back to Everbank Stadium. Get ready for a good one with Ryan Radke and Ryan Leaf. Guys?
All right, Scott, thanks very much. Packed house here in Jacksonville tonight as we get set for Week 15 of Sunday Night Football. Let's dive into Ryan Leaf's keys to the game. And, Ryan, let's start with the Baltimore Ravens. Right now, the number one seed in the AFC. We're going to keep it rolling on the road tonight with the keys for John Harbaugh's team.
Yeah, on the offensive side of the football, they have to run the football. They've been number one in the league for a reason. The reason they have the top seed in the AFC. Lamar has to be a big part of it, but everybody in the backfield. Gus Edwards has to be big in the red zone. Lots of targets down there, whether it's running, catching the ball in the backfield. It's a big side of it on offense. On the defensive side, they've been so good. Jadeveon Clowney has been just a breath of fresh air, really. Out there wearing number 24, looks skinnier. He gets around faster. He's got to get to the quarterback and make Trevor Lawrence feel him all day long. And then the defensive linebacker position, they have to run guys down. They have to get them tackled in open spaces. Those are the keys for me defensively. On the other side of that, for the Jacksonville Jaguars, it's going to be all about what they can do to stay alive. Now, Trevor Lawrence is going to be a big part of that, but they have to run the football. Travis Etienne, who only carried for 35 yards a week ago, is going to have to be the answer offensively. They have to give it to him a lot and often early. The defensive side of it, they've been great at stopping the run, but they've been so bad on the back end, the injuries and everything like that. They have to rush the passer. That's a big part of it. But the back end, the defensive backfield has to step up for the Jacksonville Jaguars on the defensive side to make this a good game.
All right, Ravens trying to keep it rolling. Jags trying to get things turned around after a 5-game winning streak. Jacksonville has lost 3 of its last 5, including each of the last 2 games. And they're hoping to find their way back into the win column here tonight. Well, remember a little while ago we said the rain had stopped? Well, guess what? It's back. It's a mist right now. It's not the heavy rains they've had for the last couple of days, but there is some rain falling right now. 58 degrees in Jacksonville tonight, so it's freezing for the people here in Florida. 13-mile-an-hour winds, gusting up to 28. It has been breezy the last couple of days, Ryan. You wonder if that could play a factor at some point tonight in the pass game.
Well, it's swirling. I was down on the field before the game, and we could never really find what direction the wind was blowing. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm a Montana boy. With that wind down there, it got cold. I mean, it's starting to get cold down there on the field. This mist is going to start making it that way. It could be cold by the time this game gets into the fourth quarter for these Florida folks.
2 kickers with big legs tonight. Brandon McManus for Jacksonville, and of course the great Justin Tucker for Baltimore. You wouldn't think wind would have a big impact on them, but we'll see as we go on tonight. Ravens will take the field in their white jerseys with purple numbers. They have black pants and the black helmets. Meanwhile, the Jaguars going with the teal jerseys, white numbers, teal pants, and they also have the black helmets. Ravens won the toss, deferred to the second half. Justin Tucker will kick it away. Great to have you along. Week 15 of Sunday Night Football is underway with a low kick. Jamal Agnew has it a couple of yards deep. He's coming out. Across the 5 to the 10, out of the 15, heads left to the 20. Takes a shot from Arthur Millette. Ball is out. It's loose around the 21. There's a pileup. That ball came out at the end. Right now they're saying it's a fumble. Let's see who's got it. Ravens are saying they have it. No signal yet from the officials trying to get to the bottom of this pile. And it is going to stay with Jacksonville. So Jamal Agnew just back off IR. He took a shot from Arthur Millette, and that ball popped out of there. But the Jaguars able to recover, and they will begin first down and 10 right around the 21-yard line. Trevor Lawrence is the quarterback for the Jags. 17 touchdowns, 10 picks this year. Rough one a week ago. He threw for 3 interceptions. Travis Etienne is the starting running back. Calvin Ridley and Zay Jones, the wide receivers. Evan Engram is the tight end. Jacksonville will start first and 10 for the 21. 2 receivers split left. Lawrence in the gun. He's got Etienne to his left. Here's the snap. Handoff. Etienne runs to the right. Cuts it up along the numbers. Across the 25. Spins his way forward out to about the 27-yard line. Jadeveon Clowney with the stop. That'll go as a gain of about 6. It'll bring up second down and 4.
That's exactly how we would like to see them start if you are a Jaguars fan out there. A run to the right zone, pushing the end out to the side, makes Jadeveon Clowney run all the way down the field to make the tackle.
2 receivers split to the left on second and 4. Lawrence will go under center. Jaguars have a wing to the left. Lawrence barks out the signals, takes the snap, back on a play fake, sets his feet, looks left, throws left sideline, incomplete. Trying to get that one to Calvin Ridley. Tight coverage out there from Brandon Stevens. Crowd looking for a flag that they won't get. That'll bring up third down.
Great coverage by Brandon Stevens, but it looked like Calvin Ridley may have ran that route just a little short from where Trevor Lawrence let the ball go. It allowed Stevens to really jump the route and almost make a big play.
Now the boos you hear, fans in the stadium seeing it on the big board, and they really think there should have been pass interference. So a 3rd and 4 for the Jags now. Trips left, single man right. Lawrence in the gun, brings a receiver in motion from the left. Here's the snap. Lawrence back to pass, looking left, under pressure, flips it straight ahead to Etienne, runs across the 30, over the 35, and out to the 40. Lawrence stepping up, facing pressure, just shoveled that to Etienne, and he runs straight ahead, tackled by Marlon Humphrey, but only after a gain of 13, and a Jags first down.
Travis Etienne and Trevor Lawrence have been doing that for 6-7 years now from their time at Clemson. Feels really comfortable. He steps up in the pocket, has pressure, and then flips it just to his right, allows Travis Etienne to pick up a much-needed first down on this first drive.
1st and 10 Jags from their own 42 receiver stack left, single man right. Lawrence in the gun, takes the snap, handoff Etienne, spin move in the backfield, runs toward the left hash, and he's able to get a couple of yards out across the 43, close to the 44. Gain of about 3.5 before Arthur Mollett can make the stop. Second down coming up for Jacksonville.
Anytime you are scheming for a game, you always prep with a script of 10 to 20 plays to start the game, and as you can clearly tell, Travis Etienne has been a huge part of what they want to do on this opening drive.
Second down, about 6. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Quick pass right side caught by Parker Washington, and he is tripped up right around the line of scrimmage. Was just nowhere to go that time for Washington. Made the catch just outside the numbers. And that'll bring up a 3rd down and about 6 now for Jacksonville. Marlon Humphrey was all over it on the outside.
Parker Washington, the rookie wide receiver out of Penn State, had a heck of a game a week ago with a touchdown catch. He's going to be asked to do a lot in this game with Christian Kirk out once again.
2 receivers left, single man right. Lawrence in the gun. Dearness Johnson is in the backfield. He lines up to Lawrence's right side. Lawrence looks to his left, leans forward, goes to the hard count. Ravens don't jump. Baltimore showing blitz. They come with it. Lawrence back to pass, looking, fires over the middle, incomplete. Trying to get that one to Zay Jones, and he sailed it right over his head. Stevens again was in coverage, so the Jaguars get 1 first down, but not another, and Logan Cook and the punt team will come out.
Yeah, Ryan, that's a great call. He did sail it wide open when they brought the pressure. They're dropping a defensive end, but he goes in the opposite direction, and Zay Jones is wide open. The ball just takes off on him a little bit and goes over his head, setting up a punt.
Logan Cook to punt to Tylan Wallace, who was the star a week ago with that overtime punt return for touchdown. He signals for a fair catch this time. And down on one knee, has it around the 11-yard line. And that's where the Ravens will start 1st and 10 when we come back. With 12-12 to go in the first quarter, Jacksonville nothing. Ravens will have it for the first time coming up next. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Don't miss a new episode this week of Forward Progress, a conversation on race and sports in America with Jason Jackson and Kirk Morris.
Illinois State issues formal apology to Norfolk State after fan shouts racial slur during the game.
It gives us a clear understanding that this stuff still goes on in our country. Some fans feel like they have a right, but it doesn't give you entitlement to act or say some of the things that some do.
Check out Forward Progress, new episodes each Wednesday on the Sirius XM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans. Just search Forward Progress.
Hi everybody, Christopher Mad Dog Russo here. Familiar? You should be. Well, now you can catch Mad Dog's Daily Bite each day as a podcast, where you'll hear my thoughts and opinions on the biggest topics around the world of sports. NFL, baseball, golf, NBA, even the hockey. That you know you can count on. That's Mad Dog's Daily Bite. Drops daily anywhere you get your podcasts. And you can also hear me weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Unleashed, Sirius XM Channel 82, or anytime on the SXM app.
What up, homies? It's Chris Sims, former NFL quarterback, current NBC analyst, and co-host of the Chris Sims Unbuttoned podcast, along with my buddy Ahmed Fareed.
Chris, you have spent your whole life around the NFL. This podcast now in its 5th season. We're going to give picks. We're going to recap games. We're going to lock you in the film room and go deep dive.
That's right. So if you want to tell all your friends what the F happened in the NFL each week, tune in to Chris Sims Unbuttoned. Listen wherever you get your podcast and on Sirius XM NBC Sports Audio Channel 85.
I'm Bruce Murray.
And I'm Rich Gannon.
Join us Monday, noon Eastern Time on the Sirius XM Blitz. We recap Week 15 in the NFL, starting with the Cowboys-Bills and the Ravens-Jaguars as the playoff races heat up.
We will preview Monday Night Football between the Eagles and Seahawks, and Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell will join us as well.
So don't miss the Sirius XM Blitz with me and, of course, Rich Gannon. Monday, noon Eastern Time on Sirius XM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and on the Sirius XM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans.
Welcome back to the Grainger broadcast booth at Everbank Stadium, along with Ryan Leaf. I'm Ryan Radke. Huddle up with Grainger to get more done. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by one of over 250 branch locations. Jags get one first down, end up punting. Ravens will start 1st and 10 at their own 11. Lamar Jackson, the starting quarterback, 16 touchdowns, 6 picks. He's also run for 644 yards. Keaton Mitchell gets the start at running back. They hand it to him on first down, and he runs outside the left hash, and not much. Able to get forward to the 13 before Devin Lloyd can make the stop. It's a gain of 2. That'll bring up 2nd down and 8. Odell Beckham, Zay Flowers are the wide receivers. Isaiah Likely has taken over for Mark Andrews at tight end. But this Ravens offense just keeps on rolling. Almost 28 points per game this year. That's 4th in the league. And a team that has run it extremely well. The best running team in the league, averaging over 157 yards a game on the ground.
And they've been very good through the air, too. And they've gotten out to early leads in games. And that's been a big part of it, figuring out how to finish them when they get off to good starts.
2 receivers stacked to the left, single man right. Jackson the gun now with Justice Hill to his right. Here's the snap. Lamar back, under pressure, steps up in the pocket, moving left, flips it down the field. Caught by Likely across the 25, out across the 30, and that's a first down. Devin Lloyd with the tackle, but we saw Trevor Lawrence with a little shovel. This time Lamar Jackson moves left, steps back, and then a little push pass down the field to Likely, picks up 18 on a first down.
What makes Lamar so good in this offense is his ability to stay inside the pocket, but when he has to move to get outside and he knows where his outlets are, Isaiah Likely leaks out, like you said, perfectly thrown ball with some touch to get him a first down.
1st and 10, Ravens at their own 31, ball on the near side left hash. Pistol formation now. Edwards is the running back, lined up behind Jackson. Here's the snap. Play action fake. Jackson back to throw with time. Surveys the field. Looking left, pumps, steps up in the pocket. Under some heat. Moving to his right now. Out towards the numbers. Throws short. Caught at the 35. Out to the 40-yard line. And down near the 41 is Rashad Bateman. Boy, Lamar Jackson just buying all kinds of time and finally finds Bateman. Darius Williams the stop. It's a gain of 9, and it'll bring up 2nd and short.
You're talking to Todd Monken before the game, asking him about what Lamar sees in this offense. And the one thing that he had in terms of critical thinking is he has to know when to get rid of the football. And only a 2-man route there. Zay Flowers comes wide open over the middle of the field, just not ready to pull the trigger. He steps up and finds a way and makes a play because he's just an unbelievable athlete playing quarterback.
2nd down at a yard. Jackson lines up in the gun. He's got Mitchell to his left. 2 receivers stacked to the right, including Flowers, who motions to the left. Here's the snap. Jackson back on a play fake. Looking, bouncing in the pocket. Throws on the right side. That's caught by Bateman, and he runs out of bounds on the far side around the Jacksonville 41. So once again, great protection up front. And Lamar Jackson finds Rashad Bateman over the middle, out of bounds at the Jaguars' 41-yard line, another first down.
You know, the investment in wide receivers in the first round with Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers, it's imperative that they both start to contribute. Zay Flowers this year perfectly. Rashad Bateman, they've been waiting, and he's been really developing a good relationship with Lamar, and that trust is starting to come for the young receiver.
Gain of 18, they mark him out at the 42. First down and 10. Bateman had 2 catches a week ago. He's already got a couple of catches tonight. Jackson back in the gun with Mitchell to his left. Here's the snap. Jackson back to pass, swings it out. Keaton Mitchell on the left, runs outside the numbers, 35 down the sideline, 30. And he's out of bounds with another first down. Easy pitch and catch that time. Swings it out to Keaton Mitchell, who's run out of bounds at the Jacksonville 28. Foye Oluokun with the tackle. And another first down for the Ravens, making it look easy here early on.
When you talk about easy, they had to have seen on film where they had to attack, and that's in the passing game. It wouldn't surprise me if Todd Monken continues just to throw and throw the ball, because the back end of this defense has had such a problem over the last 3 weeks.
Gain of 15, first down and 10. Officially at the Jacksonville 27-yard line. 2 receivers go to the right. Jackson lines up under center, takes the snap, handoff. Gus Edwards runs outside the right hash, and he collapses forward down to the 25-yard line. That'll go as a gain of a couple. Machukasi on the tackle. It'll bring up second down and long. COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer. 2-yard pickup to make it second down and 8. Clock moving, 8:08 to go first quarter. Opening drive for the Ravens, trying to get on the board first. Jackson lines up in the gun with Justice Hill to his right. 2 receivers left and right. Now Jackson walking toward the line of scrimmage. He's going to change something here. Falls back into the gun, brings a receiver in motion across the formation to the left. Jackson back, steps up. He's going to run, angles right, outside the numbers across the 20. He's got a first down to the 15, and he's run out of bounds on the far side by Aluakin. But that'll be another first down, and that's the brilliance of Lamar Jackson, Ryan. We've seen him buy time to set up a pass, and that time he just takes off with his legs and moves the stick.
Well, you made the comment. You saw him making a change up at the line of scrimmage. What he saw was one high safety. And when he has that, he has a one-on-one option over there to the right. And once he didn't have that, he stepped up in the pocket and saw that it was man-to-man coverage all the way down the field. No one responsible for him. He gets the first down.
Ravens in the red zone of the Jags 14, 1st and 10. Mitchell is the back, lined up in the pistol. Twin receivers left and right. Jackson again walks to the line of scrimmage with a play clock at 6. Falls back into the pistol. Play clock down to 3. Jackson wants the snap. He's got it. He'll hand it off to Mitchell. Hit immediately and dragged down by Josh Allen at the line of scrimmage. Nowhere to go that time for Keaton Mitchell. No gain on the play. And that'll bring up a second down and 10. Ravens in the red zone this year, 5th best in the league percentage-wise scoring touchdowns. They're 32 total red zone touchdowns, tied for 2nd in the league coming into this week. Only San Francisco had scored more.
It's really difficult to try to stop an offense when they have a quarterback as dynamic as him. It's just like an extra blocker out there.
Second down and 10. Jackson back on a play fake. Stumbles, falls, gets up, pumps, spins out of a tackle, moving right, throws short right, incomplete. Lamar came out of his break. He was trying to roll to the right, slipped and fell. Stepped up into some pressure, got away from that, and then tried to dump it off to Likely in the right flat, but the throw was down by his feet. And now that'll bring up 3rd and 10. Well, there was more going on in that incompletion than there are on most completions.
Keaton Mitchell, the young running back, just on the play fake gets too close to Lamar's feet. He trips, but he's so, the protection's so good, he falls and gets back up and still attempts to make a play.
Slot left, single man right on 3rd and 10. Jackson lines up in the gun. He's got Mitchell to his right side. Likely is on the left end of the line. Shotgun snap. Jackson back to pass. Looking. Rush coming. Wrapped up. Throws incomplete. The ball is rolling on the turf. They're letting it go for right now. Certainly looked like Jackson threw that ball. Now the officials are talking about it. There's a big pile up around the 18-yard line, but man, it sure looked like Lamar threw that ball as he was being hit.
Yeah, it was a little labored, like he was just, almost, if they want to take a look at the grounding aspect of things, but I think the officials are maybe talking about whether or not he was in the grasp, too.
Trayvon Walker came away with the ball. Josh Allen applied the hit. There's a flag down, so it looks like this will be grounding. We'll hear from our referee tonight, that's Sean Smith.
Intentional grounding, offense number 8. Although the quarterback threw the ball, he threw the ball after the contact, and the ball did not make it back to the line of scrimmage, and there was no receiver in the area. This is a loss of down, 4th down, ball be placed at the spot of the foul. Game clock operator, please reset the game clock.
So well explained by Sean Smith. The intentional grounding will move it back. It's going to make it a longer field goal now for Justin Tucker. Looks like it'll be from around 46.
The two most important plays in the red zone here. You trip over your running back, it plays almost null and void, and then the 3rd down play, Josh Allen, which is what we talked about before the game, got to get after Lamar Jackson. They'll keep him in the pocket, and luckily they kept him in there getting to the ground. That's why the intentional grounding was called, setting up a longer field goal.
They've respotted the ball, so it's going to be a 43-yard attempt for Tucker. This will come from the right hash. He's 24 out of 29 this year. Jordan Stout, the punter, will hold. Tyler Ott will snap. The snap is perfect. The ball is down. The kick is on the way. And per usual with Tucker, it is good. So the Ravens take their opening drive and get 3 points, and they have taken a 3-0 first quarter lead. A reminder that for every field goal made tonight and throughout the remainder of the season, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol shaving cream, an American original for over 100 years. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 6:21 to go in the first quarter. 3-0 Ravens on top. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
We all love to follow the pros. And when it comes to selling online, the pros trust Shopify. New Era, Allbirds, Untuckit, Skims, even Mattel. They all sell with Shopify because Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. And it's not just the big brands. Millions of businesses are boosting their sales with the same legendary Shopify checkout. Start selling like the pros and sell with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Don't miss the NFL Network Holiday Classic on Christmas Eve when the Denver Broncos host the New England Patriots. Coverage begins at 8 p.m. Eastern on NFL Network. And, of course, you can hear that game on many of these same stations on the NFL app or online at westwoodonesports.com. 11-play, 64-yard drive for the Ravens. Justin Tucker cashes in from 43 yards out. So a 3-0 Baltimore lead. But, Ryan, we just talked about how great the Ravens are scoring touchdowns in the red zone. So for Jacksonville, bend, but don't break.
It's imperative, but what you have to worry about if you're on the offensive side of the football for the Jacksonville Jaguars is what Baltimore does so well. Those drives we just talked about, they take forever, and they rip time off the clock. You're limited possession-wise, and you have to score and get the ball in the end zone and not just go for field goals if you're Jacksonville.
Tucker on the approach. And another low line drive kick. Agnew will let this one sail toward the back of the end zone. And the Jags will start at the 25. At Lowe's, save big when you buy in bulk. Get 10% off select OSB sheathing when you buy 68 or more. Because Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Well, first down and 10 for the Jags. Trevor Lawrence 2 of 4 for 13 yards on that opening drive, including that little shovel to Travis Etienne. Etienne had 2 carries for 10 yards. He lines up in the backfield, receivers left and right. First and 10 with the ball on the 25-yard line. Here's a toss to Etienne. Runs right along the hash, cuts back left across the 30, out to the 31, and maybe the 32. So a nice first down run for Travis Etienne. Michael Pierce on the stop. And a second down and very manageable coming up for the Jags.
Yeah, it's just an emphasis on running the football. Talking with Press Taylor this week, offensive coordinator for the Jacksonville Jaguars, said we have to establish some sort of identity early in this game because this defense, with the way they use Kyle Hamilton, they can just get flying around and make big plays and take you out of your whole identity.
7-yard pickup, second down and 3. Here's the snap, handoff Etienne, runs outside that right hash and picks up a first down across the 35, out to the 37-yard line. So back-to-back nice runs for Etienne. 7 yards on first down, 5 on second down, and a first down, but there is an injured Jaguars offensive lineman down on the field. And that is Brandon Sheriff, the right guard, the veteran 5-time Pro Bowler, came over from Washington. And he is down at about the 31-yard line. So while the Jags training staff attends to him, we'll step aside. 5:38 to go first quarter. Ravens lead at 3-0. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Don't miss out on new deals every day at Lowe's. Right now, get can't-miss deals on appliances. Get up to 30% off. Plus, save up to an extra $750 on select major appliances. And buy now, pay later with Lowe's Pay to help balance your budget. Because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/20. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Subject to credit approval.
Welcome back to Jacksonville, where it's time for the Shopify Fact of the Game. It has been a long time since the Jags have played on Sunday Night Football.
1st and 10 for Jacksonville at the Pittsburgh 24. Fred Taylor back at the running back position. They're lined up in the I formation. Garage with a deep drop, looks to throw. He dunks it. It's caught. Touchdown. Mercedes Lewis, the tight end, makes the catch at the 1. And walks it in, a 24-yard pass play, and the game is tied at 20.
Marv Albert with the call here on Westwood One from October 5th of 2008. That was the last time the Jaguars played a game on Sunday night. That touchdown pass and subsequent extra point gave the Jags a 21-20 lead against the Steelers. But Ben Roethlisberger found Hines Ward in the end zone right after the 2-minute warning, and Pittsburgh came out on top. The Jags and Steelers were actually scheduled to play again on Sunday Night Football, November 18th of 2018, but that game was flexed out. So tonight is the first Jags Sunday night appearance in over 15 seasons. By the way, the last Jacksonville win on Sunday night, that was in October of 2005 when they beat Cincinnati 23-20. It's the Shopify Fact of the Game. Want to sell smarter? Get Shopify. Shopify's commerce platform helps you sell more with the best converting checkout on the internet. Get a $1 per month trial at shopify.com/touchdown. It's been forever since they played on Sunday night, and Mercedes Lewis is still in the league.
Yeah, it's been a while. I think we were having a discussion before the game about, I think Faith Hill was singing the open for Sunday Night Football at the time. The injury, of course, to Brandon Sheriff, we're not going to speculate too much, but what I can tell you, everybody, was if you're a guy and you happen to fall down and you can't breathe a lot, that tends to believe where Brandon Sheriff is on the sideline, and she should be back the next play.
Enough said on that. 1st and 10 from the 37. 2 receivers left, 2 tight ends right. Lawrence in the gun with Etienne to his right side. Lawrence gets the snap, fakes the Etienne, back to pass, looking, throws down the middle of the field. That's caught across the 40-yard line, upended down at the 35-yard line of Baltimore. Luke Farrell, the backup tight end, just his 12th catch of the year. Marcus Williams on the stop, and a big play for Jacksonville through the air.
What was more impressive there was Trevor Lawrence changing the play call, seeing the coverage he liked, and then standing in there tall, taking a shot right in the face, and he puts it perfectly on the outstretched arms of Farrell.
28-yard pickup. Makes it 1st and 10 at the Ravens 35. Tank Bigsby checks in at running back now. Lawrence will hand off to Bigsby, who's hit from behind and dropped in the backfield. And that was Kyle Hamilton, the guy you were just talking about a second ago, Ryan. Gets him for a loss of 2 back around the 37-yard line. Hamilton flying in makes the stop on Bigsby.
What's been so great with Kyle Hamilton, a little bit of a sluggish start to his career, trying to figure out where he kind of fit in this defense, and then they just kind of let him loose. He hovers around where linebackers do, sometimes further back as a safety, but he is at the line of scrimmage taking on offensive linemen and getting to running backs in the backfield.
Yeah, he was questionable to play with a knee injury. He looked really good on that one. 2nd down 12 from the 37. Lawrence in the gun, trips left, single man right. Lawrence right foot in front of left, slight bend toward the line of scrimmage, gets the snap, back to pass, looking, swings it out left side to Etienne, and it's off his hands. Incomplete. Hamilton was right there anyway. And that'll bring up a 3rd down and 12 now for Jacksonville.
What's so impressive about Hamilton, too, he's 6'4", 220 pounds, and he stays in reach of the speedsters like Ridley, like Etienne. And then, in the running game, he's taking on pulling guards and offensive linemen that are coming at him, which is so impressive for a second-year guy, not shying away from contact, making big plays for this defense.
When he got hurt last week, Ryan, I think there was a lot of Ravens fans who were thinking he was not only not going to play tonight, they were wondering when are we going to see him again, and yet a week later, he's out on the field. So a 3rd and 12 for Jacksonville. Shotgun snap, quick pass left side, caught across the 35, and down to about the 33 is Jamal Agnew. Got that into the speedster's hands quickly, just trying to get into easier field goal range for Brandon McManus. It'll still be a long attempt as he comes out trying to knot this game at 3.
You know, that's a play that can bust open. A little screen play where you're moving the offensive lineman out. He just gets tripped up, but I think Trevor Lawrence understanding if we don't pick it up, we're going to get ourselves in a better position for the field goal attempt.
5-yard gain to the 32, so it's going to be a 50-yard attempt now for McManus. 5 of 7 from 50-plus this year. He's made 45 in his career from 50-plus. That's tied for 6th in NFL history. Here's the snap, ball down, kick on the way, end over end, and it is no good. It hit the right upright. It was moving right, looked like maybe it was going to sneak in, but it bangs off the upright and falls no good, and the Ravens remain in front 3-0.
Good snap, good hold. The ball just drifts and hits the inside of the upright. What everybody's oohing and on about here is McManus gets taken out by the defender as he came through with his swinging leg. No official throwing a flag there, but he misses the field goal, and now the Ravens have a very good spot to start their next drive.
3:03 to go first quarter, 3-0 Baltimore. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Some might call me obsessed, but if you shop for holiday gifts at Kohl's, you get it. With their Friends and Family sale, I got 25% off already great deals, like 40% off comfy tech gear activewear. Then I saved 30% on Lego building sets, 30% on cozy Kookaburra by UGG bedding, and earned Kohl's cash. So yeah, I think it's pretty obvious why I love Kohl's, and why you'll love it too. Select styles, Lego and Kookaburra by UGG. Coupons do not apply. Some exclusions apply. Offers end December 17th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football. This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. Visit the BetMGM GameSense website at mgmresorts.com/GameSense for information on setting limits, guidance on odds and probability, and resources for problem gambling support. Plus, you can learn strategies and get tips on how to gamble more responsibly, discover the symptoms of problem gambling, and find out whom to call if you need help anytime, anywhere. Stay safe and have fun with BetMGM and GameSense. Please gamble responsibly.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Anjali.
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just got an alert for a strange charge on my card.
No problem. We make sure you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card. Let's see. Did you purchase something from a t-shirt cannon store yesterday?
Absolutely not. No, I already have like 3.
$0 fraud liability guarantee. It pays to Discover. Learn more at discover.com/creditcard. Limitations apply.
3:03 to go first quarter. Ravens have a 3-0 lead, and after the missed 50-yard field goal from Brandon McManus, Baltimore takes over at its own 40-yard line. They'll go with a slot right formation, single man left. Jackson in the gun, brings a receiver in motion across the formation from right to left. On a replay, Jackson will keep. He runs between the hash marks and picks up a yard. Out to the 41. Tackle made by Trayvon Walker. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 9. Let's go back to the field goal, Ryan. Brandon McManus wanted a flag. You've seen the replay. It was Keaton Mitchell that came off the edge trying to block the kick. What'd you think?
Well, where he lands, the plant foot is nowhere near where Keaton Mitchell rolls. And I think as we heard it up here, it didn't sound solid. Ball started to fade, and McManus tries to pull his best acting job there to no avail as the Ravens get the ball to start the next drive at the 40.
2nd down, about 8.5. 2 receivers left, single man right. Jackson back in the gun, gets the snap. Jackson will keep it again, running off the right side this time, and he's wrapped up and dropped after another short gain. Got just barely across the 42-yard line that time. Devon Hamilton with the tackle. This Jags defense has been really good this year against the run, Ryan. You mentioned it right off the top. 4th in the NFL defending the run this year. And they get Lamar Jackson corralled on back-to-back plays, bringing up 3rd down and 7. Ravens quickly on the ball, shotgun snap, Jackson back to pass, looking, under pressure, moving right, wrapped up and sacked by Trayvon Walker. Walker gets his 6th sack of the year. It's a career high for him as he gets Lamar Jackson inside the 30-yard line, and the Ravens will punt.
Yeah, what a response from this defense. The linebacker position for the Jacksonville Jaguars has been, I would argue, much maligned in terms of the athletic ability between Devin Lloyd and Josh Allen and Trayvon Walker, the first overall pick. They get after him on the last 2 drives. Big sack there.
So Jordan Stout will come on to punt after a loss of 15. Agnew back deep to return. Stout standing just inside his 15-yard line. Hits an end-over-end punt. Not very deep. Agnew moving to his left. He'll take it around the 23-yard line, backpedaling. Now runs straight ahead across the 25 over the 30-35. And he's out to about the 38. So Jamal Agnew did a nice job backpedaling, taking that one, and then plows straight ahead and gets out close to the 38-yard line. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
You gotta love sports. Listen to Shine on Sports with me, Adam Shine, every weekday from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Along with Ryan Leaf and the rest of our great Westwood One crew, Ryan Radke with you in Jacksonville. Late first quarter, 3-0 Ravens on top. A reminder that every Westwood One football broadcast this season is once again available on all Alexa-enabled devices. Just say Open Westwood One Sports, you'll be taken straight to the action. That's Open Westwood One Sports to listen on Alexa. Ryan, long way to go in this game, but so far the Jaguars' defense is doing the job.
Yeah, they need to, because this offense for the Ravens can be so explosive. Now it's imperative that Jacksonville uses a sustained drive here and gets points to keep that defense off the field and fresh.
Lawrence in the gun with Etienne to his right, 2 receivers right, 1 left. Here's the snap, quick throw, right side, caught by Parker Washington. He runs across the 40 and then slips and falls at about the 43-yard line. Marlon Humphrey touches him down. He'll get credit for the tackle. That'll go as a gain of 5 yards on that first down throw to Washington, bring up 2nd down and 5.
You know, I don't know if enough could be emphasized on the loss of Christian Kirk. Just the ability to have the Batman and Robin combo to go with Calvin Ridley. It allows Evan Ingram then to do some things down the middle of the field. They haven't quite found the guy to replace him for that. Parker Washington is trying his darndest to be that guy.
2nd down and 5, 2 receivers left, 2 tight ends right. Lawrence under center with Etienne as the running back, changing the play. 3 on the play clock now. Lawrence gets the snap. He's back. He'll hand it off to Etienne. Runs toward the left hash across the 45. Has a first down out near midfield, and they drop him right at the 50. So Trevor Lawrence checked to the run. Travis Etienne goes off the left side, gets out to midfield. That's a first down run. Kyle Hamilton with the stop. Gain of 7 for Travis Etienne.
You know, when he goes up to the line of scrimmage and you can hear the kill. There's 2 plays always called there. He saw Kyle Hamilton not coming hard. They run it right at him and pick up a big first down.
5 carries, 29 yards for Travis Etienne. We have reached the end of the first quarter in Jacksonville with the score. The Ravens 3, the Jaguars nothing. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more straight talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
Hey, this is Travis Kelce, NFL tight end and proud member of the Lowe's Home Team. Lowe's knows when you've got the best price, you've already won. That's why we offer the lowest price guarantee. If you find a better price online or in-store, we'll match it. Now you can score on the top brands from the Lowe's Home Team picks, like Scotts, LG, and DeWalt. So take on your projects with confidence. Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retail partner of the NFL.
Price match applies to same item, current price of qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey guys, Chris Brockman here. Prize Picks. It's the most fun I've had, winning up to 25 times my money this football season. And now I can play during basketball season 2. I can take combo projections across both sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less their projection, and place your entry. You could turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what makes PrizePicks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And PrizePicks is the only DFS platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game if one of your players goes down. Join the PrizePicks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, PrizePicks will match your first deposit up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/primetime and use the code PRIMETIME. That's code PRIMETIME at prizepicks.com/primetime for a first deposit match of up to $100. PrizePicks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Welcome back to Jacksonville along with Ryan Leaf. I'm Ryan Radke. Our score is the Ravens 3 and the Jaguars nothing. Start of the second quarter is sponsored by PrizePicks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Use promo code PRIMETIME for a first deposit match up to $100. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Jags will start the second quarter 1st and 10 at midfield. Justin Tucker with a field goal from 43. Brandon McManus missed from 50 in the first quarter. That's where we stand right now, 3-0. Trevor Lawrence in the gun, takes the snap on 1st and 10, rolling to his right, looking, throws to the right sideline, and that's caught. And Zay Jones will be out of bounds just shy of the line to gain. They're going to mark him out at the Baltimore 41. That'll be a gain of 9, bring up 2nd down and a yard. Trevor Lawrence rolling right, hooks up with Zay Jones right on the sideline.
Yeah, if you could hear a vapor trail from a football on your radio, that was that throw. I mean, he reared back and let it go rolling out to his right. Perfectly thrown ball on the outside shoulder of Zay Jones. I mean, he had to absorb it with his body. That was how hard it was thrown.
You quarterbacks love doing that, don't you? Putting that steam on the football. 2nd down and a yard. Lawrence in the gun. He's got Dearness Johnson to his left. He'll give it to him, running right toward the numbers, and Johnson looks like he's got the first down. Only needed a yard, and that's exactly what he got. To the 40-yard line, Odafe Owe on the stop. And the Jags move the sticks.
Going quick a little bit here. Once you get those first downs, Press Taylor likes to roll a little bit, put the defense, not allow them to substitute.
3 receivers left, including the tight end Ingram. Single man to the right. Jaguars having trouble getting the right alignment. Now Zay Jones comes inside the numbers toward the hash marks. Lawrence gets the snap, hand off to Johnson, running right, cuts it up just outside the hash marks. And he takes a hard shot, corralled around the neck and driven down to the ground in between the 37 and 36. Roquan Smith, Jadeveon Clowney combined on the stop, calling a gain of 4. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 6.
And those 2 names you just said, of course, the addition last year by Roquan Smith and then Jadeveon Clowney this offseason, those have been difference makers on a defense that's already been very, very good this season.
Jags will go empty on 2nd down and 6 for the Ravens 36. 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Lawrence in the gun, wants the snap. He's got it, quick throw right side, and it is dropped by Etienne. Trying to get the ball in the hands of Etienne on that little wide receiver screen, but Etienne maybe running before he had it secured. Can't hang on. It'll bring up 3rd and 6.
Not a terrible thing to drop that ball because Kyle Van Noy, defensive end, he saw it happen and he read it immediately. You could see him react. He plants his right foot and jumps back into the throwing lane. It could have been a major malfunction there if he doesn't drop the ball.
So 3rd and 6 now for the Jaguars. 2 receivers left, single man right, shotgun snap, Lawrence back to pass. Looking, throws right side, incomplete. He had 2 receivers out there. He had Jones running shallow. He had Ridley down the field. And the ball was sailed over both of them. And now on 4th down, McManus will come out for another long field goal try.
The problem that the Baltimore defense has had is when the field gets spread out like an accordion, and Press Taylor likes to stack things at the line of scrimmage, and once you do that, you put all those Baltimore great defensive players all in the same area, and they were able to play great coverage in this moment and stop them on 3rd down.
So McManus will try this one from 55. His kick is on the way, end over end, heading left, and no good. So McManus missed the first one off the right upright, going the other direction. This one he pushes left. He's 0 for 2 in the game, and the Ravens again will have good field position when we come back, still with a 3-0 lead. 13:01 to go in the second quarter. Baltimore 3, Jacksonville 0. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Sirius XM has the NFL covered from every angle. Hear all pro analysis on Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88.
This team is not built to succeed.
Join the passionate debate on Mad Dog Sports Radio Channel 82.
You gotta be kidding me!
And get expert fantasy football advice on Fantasy Sports Radio Channel 87.
Joe in Florida, let's fix your fantasy lineup.
It's an all-out blitz of football talk on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
Ah, the holiday season. Visiting with friends and family, shopping, cooking, and non-stop Premier League action on SiriusXM FC.
It's a hat-trick for Erling Haaland.
Whether you've been naughty or nice, the Premier League has something special for every football fan this Christmas.
The magic of Mo Salah that has found a way through.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, made even better with the beautiful game. So make it a goal to join SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app.
Hey, it's Fantasy Football Happy Hour with me, Matthew Barrett, and we're your go-to source for fantasy news, analysis, and advice. Looking for waiver wire insight? Unsure about line decisions? Your search ends here. Not only are we going to have Roto-World player news every single weekday, but you also find out about my weekly love-hate list, my rankings, and much more. So tune in noon at Peacock, listen on SiriusXM, NBC Sports Audio Channel 85, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, football fans, this is Bob Papa.
And I'm Charlie Weiss.
The December playoff push is here, and Sirius XM NFL Radio's got you covered. We're breaking down all of the Week 15 action, including the Saturday triple header.
Plus, a preview of the Monday Night Football matchup between the Eagles and the Seahawks.
Go inside the huddle with Airing It Out tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern on NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the Sirius XM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans.
Welcome back to the Grainger broadcast booth at Everbank Stadium, along with Ryan Leaf. I'm Ryan Radke. Give your team an edge with Grainger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry, plus fast delivery and 24/7 support when you call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Well, 2 missed field goals for Brandon McManus. And the Ravens will take over now at their own 45, 1st and 10 with a 3-0 lead, 13:01 to go in the second quarter.
Like anytime when you miss something, you course correct. And on that last attempt, he planted his left foot about a few inches closer to the ball, and just enough the heel came through, and he pulled it hard to the left, missing his second of the game.
Jackson goes under center on 1st and 10, back on a play fake, sets his feet, looks, throws, short left side. That one is caught by Gus Edwards, turns it up and dives forward for a first down across the Jacksonville 45 to the 44. That'll be a gain of 11. Monteric Brown on the tackle for the Jaguars. He's in there for the injured Tyson Campbell tonight.
What went so well for the Ravens on that first drive was they got the ball out of Jackson's hands quickly. If he didn't use his legs to make something else happen, they get it to Gus Edwards on the perimeter here. He picks up a first down on the first down play.
2 receivers to the right, 1st down and 10, pistol formation. Flowers sprints across the formation from right to left. Here's the snap, hold it out, give it to Edwards, straight ahead, picks his way forward inside the 40 and spinning his way down across the 38 before Josh Allen can make the stop. That'll be a gain of about 6 on that run for Gus Edwards and bring up 2nd down and 4.
What's been so impressive by the defensive front for the Jags is their ability to bull rush. They haven't really used too many stunts or anything up front. They've just used their power to get to the quarterback. And in doing so, the Ravens decided to pull and trap on that last play that sent big run for Gus Edwards.
2 receivers left, single man right. 2nd down and 4. Ball resting around the 38. Here's the snap. Jackson fakes, rolls short right, looking down the field, throws back across the middle, intercepted. Picked off back across the 45. It's Rayshawn Jenkins, and he'll be taken down around midfield. Jackson rolling right, tried to throw back across his body, and Rayshawn Jenkins comes away with his 2nd interception of the year.
It was too easy for Lamar. He just is wide open out on the perimeter. His best course of action here is just to dump it off to Isaiah Likely, let him run with the ball. Instead, he decides just to step up on the outside. He could have ran for as far as he threw that ball. Doesn't see Jenkins hiding behind his receiver. Jenkins just steps in front of him, surprising Lamar Jackson, and a huge return. Exactly what we talked about. They had to get turnovers. They lead the league in takeaways.
18-yard return to the 48-yard line. Jags at their own 48, 1st and 10. 2 receivers left. Lawrence in the gun, gets the snap. Quick throw left side, caught by Ridley, and he's wrapped up around the ankles and dropped. And that was Brandon Stevens with an excellent open field tackle. Loss of a yard to the 47. That'll bring up 2nd and 11. Ryan, back to the pick. How many times do you hear with quarterbacks, do not throw late across the middle, especially across your body? So many guys get away with it now, but Lamar did not get away with it.
No, he didn't get away with it. I also don't think he could see Jenkins. Like I told you, he was moving to his right, and Jenkins just kind of hid behind him a little bit, steps right in front of the pass. Great job on the defensive back end.
2nd down 11, Lawrence in the gun, 2 receivers right, single man left. Lawrence wants the snap. He's got it. Back to pass. Looking. Throws left side. Caught by Ingram, the tight end, across midfield. Into Baltimore territory just across the 48-yard line. Roquan Smith with the tackle. And that'll bring up a manageable 3rd down now for Jacksonville. Don't miss all the NFL action this Thursday night on Amazon Prime Video when the New Orleans Saints meet the Los Angeles Rams. Of course, you can also hear Thursday Night Football each week right here beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations, on the NFL app or online at westwood1sports.com. Jags just 1 of 4 on 3rd down in the game. This is 3rd down and 6. Lawrence in the gun, gets the snap, back to pass, looks right, throws right, that's caught but shy of the 1st down. Inside the 45 to the 44-yard line, Ingram made the catch, but Roquan Smith was right on his back. It's going to be 4th down, about a yard and a half. And the crowd here is urging Doug Peterson to go for it. The offense is staying on the field.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit in no man's land in terms of whether we punt or kick a long field goal. McManus has missed the last 2. Doug Peterson says we have to get points here. Our defense is playing too good to give up this sacrifice that they've made.
This is 4th down and a full 2, and the Jags are going to go empty. Now Etienne, who had been wide to the right, motions into the backfield. Stops on Lawrence's right hip. 3 receivers left, single man right. Lawrence gets the snap, back to pass, looking left, throws left for the sideline. Wide open as Ridley makes the catch and steps out of bounds on the near sideline around the 32. Hamilton was in coverage, but Calvin Ridley all by himself. An easy throw for Trevor Lawrence, a gain of 12 and a 1st down.
This is a really inventive scheme on the route. Ridley was right in the middle of a 3-receiver set, and they run double slants from the outside and the inside. The middle guy, Ridley, he splits them both and then runs out, and no one is out there to get him. Easy 1st down pickup. Great throw and catch.
3 receivers to the right, 1st and 10. They mark it to the Baltimore 31. Here's a handoff to Etienne. Runs left outside the hash and gets back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe got about a half yard on the play. Michael Pierce closed that down in a hurry. And that'll bring up 2nd down and long. Clock moving. 8:50 to go, 2nd quarter. 3-0. Ravens on top.
You know, Ryan, it's hard to see an offensive play from being around football for as long as I have, where it goes against everything that you've seen as a player, as a coach. That was just a great scheme and play call. There was no chance for Baltimore to be able to get out and make a defensive play there.
No gain on that play. 2nd down and 10. Lawrence in the gun with Dearness Johnson to his right. 2 receivers stacked left, single man right. Play clock down to 4. Lawrence moving Johnson off to his left side now. Lawrence gets the snap. He's back to pass. Blitz coming. Lawrence throws right side. Ridley makes the catch, adjusting to the football. Took a shot from Marlon Humphrey, but hangs on. Looks like he's going to be just shy of the 1st down. They've got him marked at the 22. That'll be a gain of 9. Well done by Calvin Ridley with Humphrey bearing down on him. Ridley hangs on and leaves the Jags with a 3rd and 1.
Yeah, just a speed out by Calvin Ridley. He gets Marlon Humphrey beat on it. Ball is thrown behind him on his right shoulder, and he goes up and is able to catch it at its highest point before Humphrey can get through and break it up. Great catch by the receiver out of Alabama.
Lawrence in the gun. He's got 2 receivers left. 1 man to the right. Here's the snap. Lawrence back. Quick throw. Left side. Caught. 1st down. Zay Jones inside the 20, out of bounds around the 17. They'll give him progress to the 16. Marcus Williams was in coverage. The Jags move the sticks again, and they're in the red zone.
Surgical is probably the way you could also describe what this drive has been, deciding to go for it on 4th down, and now Trevor Lawrence and his ability to dictate where he goes, where he sees leverage for his wide receivers. Zay Jones was just able to get to the outside quicker than the defender was able to get him before the 1st down.
6-yard pickup, 1st down and 10 for the Jags at the Baltimore 16. Here's the snap, handoff, Etienne runs right, cuts it up along the hash, and he's grabbed in the backfield and dropped by Brent Urban. Loss of 2 back to the 18-yard line. Urban came flying through. Etienne had no chance, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 12. 6:50 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Baltimore leading by a score of 3-0.
Brent Urban is 6'7", 310 pounds, and he got a hold of Travis Etienne in the backfield and was just like a rag doll ripped to the ground. That's a big human, Ryan.
Second down and 12. Certainly wouldn't want him bearing down on me, I'll tell you that. Two receivers left and right. Lawrence in the gun with Etienne to his left. And now the Ravens say the Jags jumped, and it looks like they're right.
False start. Offense number 17. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
They call it on Ingram. You can hear the Ravens up here screaming, "Hey, he jumped! He jumped!"
It's so hard as a quarterback when you know that the guys out on the perimeter there, they don't care about the snap count because that's not what they're looking at. Their job is to look inside, and when the ball moves is when they move. But sometimes your quarterback even does such a great job trying to pull the defense offside, you actually do it to your own player.
Well, and Ryan, you're right. Ingram was actually looking at the ball and still flinched on that hard count. So move it back 5 yards at the 23, 2nd and 17. Shotgun snap, Lawrence back, looks left, throws left, incomplete. Through the hands of Parker Washington at the 11. Millette was in coverage. And now a 3rd and 17 coming up for Jacksonville.
I did notice something down on the field during pregame. The lights here, just the way it's set up, the ball was getting lost by some of the wide receivers when they were running their routes. It would just disappear in the lights for a second. It looked like Parker Washington may have lost it in the lights there because it got on him in a hurry and it just went right through his hands, setting up another 3rd down and long.
So now it's 3rd and 17. Lawrence in the gun, slot left, single man right. Lawrence gets the snap. He's back to pass, looking, steps up in the pocket, moving to his left, still looking down the field. Now will run, and Lawrence dropped the football, picked up by the Ravens, back down the near sideline, and it's Arthur Millette who scoops up the fumble, out of bounds at the Baltimore 40. I don't know if that got knocked out or Lawrence just dropped it. Either way, Millette was there to scoop it up, and the Ravens forced the turnover. Trevor Lawrence just flat dropped that football. And Arthur Millette recovers the fumble, and it's gone from bad to worse for the Jaguars. 2 missed field goals, and now a turnover in the red zone.
Carrying it with one hand, still trying to throw the football. Tries to become a runner as he does. The ball slips out and falls right to the ground.
5:42 to go, second quarter. 3-0 Ravens. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get ready for holiday feast season with Pepto-Bismol.
Uncle Derek's here with his famous fried turkey. Hey, Aunt Mary brought the mac and cheese. Donna's here with the potato salad.
Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief for unexpected stomach upsets. So enjoy the holidays. Pepto has you covered, no matter who made the potato salad.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Some might call me obsessed, but if you shop for holiday gifts at Kohl's, you get it. With their Friends and Family sale, I got 25% off already great deals, like 40% off comfy tech gear activewear. Then I saved 30% on Lego building sets, 30% on cozy Kookaburra by UGG bedding, and earn Kohl's cash. So yeah, I think it's pretty obvious why I love Kohl's, and why you'll love it too. Select styles, Lego and Kookaburra by UGG. Coupons do not apply. Some exclusions apply. Offers end December 17th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. Look at the Week 15 scoreboard. Buffalo runs all over Dallas today, 31-10. Dallas, however, clinches a playoff spot, as do the Philadelphia Eagles. San Francisco wraps up the NFC West, a 45-29 win at Arizona today. Tampa Bay knocks off Green Bay at Lambeau Field, 34-20. Rams pull into the playoff race with a 28-20 win at home over Washington. New Orleans over the New York Giants, 24-6. It was Carolina getting their second win of the year. As time expires, a field goal wins it for them at home over Atlanta, 9-7. Dolphins shut out the New York Jets, 30-0. Kansas City gets a win at New England, 27-17. Cleveland hangs on to knock off Chicago, 20-17. And in overtime, it was Houston without C.J. Stroud beating Tennessee, 19-16, the final in that one. All the details coming up at halftime. Right now, back to Jacksonville, Ryan Radke and Ryan Leaf.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. 5:42 to go in the first half. Ravens lead the Jaguars 3-0. Ryan, Jacksonville's done an okay job moving the football, but 2 missed field goals and now a Trevor Lawrence fumble. And here we go again, the Ravens starting at their own 40-yard line.
Yeah, they just have gotten behind the sticks on 3rd down. shooting themselves in the foot, 2 missed field goals, and now Trevor Lawrence giving it back to them while they're in the red zone, which would have been another field goal opportunity.
Jackson will line up in the gun with Justice Hill to his right. Here's the snap, back on a play fake. Screen is batted down, incomplete. Trying to flip that screen out to the left side, and Roy Robertson Harris knocked it away. That'll bring up second down and 10. What'd you see on the fumble from Trevor Lawrence?
Well, he's running to his left, and he's still got the ball in his right hand, hoping to maybe still make a throw to try to get the first down. When he realizes he's not going to get it, he tries to transition into a runner. As he's doing that, I watched on the video him try to re-grip the ball, and it just slipped out like a bar of soap onto the ground, picked up by the Ravens.
Second down and 10, 2 receivers left, single man right. Pistol formation, Keaton Mitchell is the running back. Jackson takes the snap, back to pass, looking, swings it out right side to Mitchell, makes the catch, runs to the sidelines, and he's knocked out of bounds around the 40-yard line. Devin Lloyd was the first man to make contact with him, so no gain on the play. And that'll bring up a 3rd and 10 now for Baltimore.
Devin Lloyd, the young linebacker out of Utah, really has come alive here in his second season in this defense. Sideline to sideline, getting guys to the ground. Really good pursuit there to keep them behind the sticks to set up a long 3rd down here for Lamar and the Ravens.
Ravens 0 of 2 on 3rd down of the game. This is 3rd and 10 from their own 40. 2 receivers to the left, 2 receivers right. Jackson falls back into the shotgun. Right foot just in front of left, gets the snap, back to pass. Jackson looking, moving left, now moving back to his right, picks up a block, looking downfield, throws over the middle. It's caught by Bateman. He's got a first down across midfield. Jackson did it again, buying time, moving to his right and throwing back across his body. But this time he finds Rashad Bateman. They give him progress to the 48 of the Jags. It's a 12-yard gain on a first down.
It's like it doesn't apply to him, and it doesn't matter if he just threw an interception, 3 plays ago. Just uses those magical feet, comes back across his body, finds Rashad Bateman for a big first down to continue this drive.
First down and 10 for Baltimore. 2 receivers left and right. Jackson lines up in the shotgun. Justice Hill, the running back, to his right. Here's the snap. Jackson fakes, runs right side across the 45. Stutter step move at the 40. And he is wrapped up and dropped there by Rayshon Jenkins. So Lamar Jackson picks up about 7.5 on that run. It'll bring up second down and short. COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer. Lamar Jackson has got to be the most frustrating guy in the world to try to defend.
And it also just dumbfounding to see him be that wide open. How do you not expect him to pull it on those types of plays when they run the run-pass option?
Second down and 3. Jackson in the backfield with backs on either side. He's going to hand it off. This is Hill. And Justice Hill down to the 30-yard line. Gets a shove from behind to the 29. They blow it dead there. There is a penalty flag thrown from behind the play. And it looks like this might be coming back.
Holding. Offense number 79. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
That's Ronnie Stanley, the left tackle. He's been in and out of the lineup, dealing with some knee issues. I think it's called for the hold there. That'll back Baltimore up.
Ronnie Stanley pulls, and as he gets to the outside, he grabs the head of the defender and kind of wrestles him to the ground, which allowed for Justice Hill really to kind of bust through that hole there. Good call by the official.
So make it second down and 12 as they move it back to the 50. Jackson in the gun with Mitchell to his right. Now Mitchell's going to sprint out wide to the left. 3 receivers to that side, 2 to the right. Jackson looks over the defense, waits on the shotgun snap. He's got it. Back to throw, screen, right side for Likely. Runs along the numbers across the 50 to the 45, and he's upended around the 44-yard line by Monteric Brown. So Isaiah Likely picks up 6. And that'll leave Baltimore now with a 3rd down and 8 as we tick down to 2:44 to go in the first half. Ravens leading 3-0.
Yeah, Jacksonville really pinned their ears back there coming after the quarterback. Great job by the offensive line of really allowing them to rush. And then Lamar Jackson just dumping it off to his tight end who picks up, a good number of yards to make this more manageable on 3rd down.
So 3rd down and 6. Ravens will go with 3 receivers to the left, single man to the right. Jackson lines up in the shotgun, takes the snap, blitz coming, Jackson back, looking, throws over the middle, caught for a first down. It's Odell Beckham Jr. down at the 30-yard line. Lamar stood in with pressure coming in his face from Rayshawn Jenkins and delivers a strike to OBJ for 14.
Rayshawn Jenkins comes from depth. When I say that, it means he's down there about 12 yards off the line of scrimmage, so he's got a long ways to run. And during that time, Lamar just takes a little step back, fires that ball to OBJ, and picks up a first down.
We've reached the 2-minute warning in Jacksonville. With the score, the Ravens 3, the Jags nothing. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
You know that look you get when a loved one opens up a gift and you know you nailed it? The perfect present? Well, we have just the gift to get that look. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. The super comfortable, incredibly easy footwear people can't get enough of. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down to the ground and you never have to touch your shoes. Once people try them, they fall in love. So how do hands-free Skechers slip-ins work? It's like there's a built-in shoehorn in the heel, so your foot slides into place. Then the exclusive heel pillow keeps your foot comfy and secure. Plus, they come in all your favorite fashionable styles, with and without laces. From boots to Skechers Arch Fit with podiatrist-certified arch support. That's comfort for the holidays and beyond. So if you're looking for the perfect gift, for kids to grandparents, get the greatest invention ever. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. And make the holidays easy. Find slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Need to hire? Indeed has some top talent on speed dial. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. The moment you post a sponsored job, you'll get instantly matched with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your job description. And you can then conveniently schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from Indeed's hiring platform. Get $75 in credit towards your first sponsored job at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon and other Apple gifts. Time's running out.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone in any condition for a great deal on the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium and iPad and Apple Watch SE with unlimited Ultimate. Additional terms and conditions apply. Go to your local Verizon store now.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
It's time to gear up for the holiday season. NFLShop.com is your ultimate gifting destination for jerseys, t-shirts, headwear, and more. To shop styles fit for everyone, go to NFLShop.com. 2 minutes to go, first half. Ravens 3, Jaguars nothing. Ravens driving. They've moved the ball down to the Jacksonville 30-yard line. Lamar Jackson 9 of 13 for 103 yards. He also has 4 carries for 21. In other words, Lamar Jackson is doing what Lamar Jackson does.
Yeah, this has been a more defensive focused game than I expected. Jacksonville, we talked about, was desperate. The defense has certainly come out playing like it so far.
Slot right, single man left, 1st and 10. Ravens have it at the Jags 30 in between the hash marks. Jackson gets the shotgun snap. He's back to throw, looking left, throws left for the sideline, and it's incomplete. Off the hands of Bateman, who tried to make a diving catch. And that'll bring up 2nd and 10 with 1:55 to go. Darius Williams was in coverage. Ravens do have all 3 of their timeouts remaining, as do the Jags.
If anything going in this direction, the wind is probably more prevalent here. The ball he just let go fluttered a little bit and did not get to the receiver, who made a great outcut, just kind of fluttered and hung in the air a little bit longer than he probably wanted it to.
Ravens will go with trips right. Keaton Mitchell, who had been in the backfield, motions out to the left, so 2 receivers to that side. 2nd down 10 from the 30. Jackson in the gun, gets the snap, back to pass with time, looking, backs up, looks right, steps up in the pocket. Now he's going to run, angles left to the 25, down to about the 21. He's hit there and driven backwards. That'll be a 9-yard gain on a timeout taken by Jacksonville. With 1:43 to go, Josh Allen made the hit downfield, but a 9-yard run for Lamar Jackson. And that'll leave the Ravens with a 3rd down and 1. A reminder to stay with us for the Sunday Night Football halftime report with Scott Graham. Scott will check all the scores and highlights from Week 15 of the NFL season. That's coming up at the half.
You can't fault the Jacksonville defensive front. The 4 rushers, they did a tremendous job of staying in their lanes. Lamar, though, he's just so good at going back and forth. And then when he sees the lane open up, he explodes through it and almost picks up the first down.
That's what I was talking about a second ago with him. It feels like you can do everything right and still get burned on a play.
And that's what makes him so good and so dynamic, is you can do everything right. You can be in the right protect, or you can be in the right rush lanes, you can be in the right coverage, and he's still going to make you, regret it ultimately because of how shifty, how smart he is with the football in his hand.
Well, this is 3rd down and a yard. Gus Edwards checks in at tailback. Ravens need to get the ball just across the 20-yard line. Jackson under center, takes the snap, handoff Edwards straight ahead. He's got the first down, and he plows his way forward down to about the 17. Jags will take their second time out. Stop the clock with 1:37 to go. Devon Hamilton with the tackle, but a 1st and 10 now for Baltimore. Doug Peterson is trying to preserve some clock, but his defense unable to stop the Ravens there on 3rd and short. The copyright of tonight's broadcast of Sunday Night Football on Westwood One is owned by the NFL on behalf of its member clubs. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or any other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the National Football League is strictly prohibited. We'll step aside. 1:37 to go first half. 3-0 Ravens on top. You are listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or apply stop to opt out. Not available in all states. For risks and restrictions, visit orhealth.com. Use as directed.
Do you want to help take back control of your drinking? Do you want a stronger heart, a healthier liver, and clearer skin? Do you want more energy, better sleep, and more mental clarity? What about improved relationships and performance at work? Help take back control of your drinking with Or Health. Or Health provides access to medication to help make it easier to drink less or quit. With Or Health, you could feel more in control in just days. To see if Or Health is right for you, text ASSIST to 323232. You'll be sent a secure link to a private online assessment. It takes just a few minutes. Most people do it right on their smartphone. If treatment is right for you, a licensed healthcare professional will prescribe medication directly online. Or Health then sends meds right to your door in discreet packaging. Everything is private, convenient, affordable, and judgment-free. Get started by texting ASSIST to 323232. Take back control with Or Health. Text the word ASSIST to 323232. Text ASSIST to 323232.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football. This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm Personal Price Plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this voicemail from Leah.
Jake from State Farm. Listen, so sometimes I like to nibble on licorice and pretend I'm a teeny mouse, chewing through wires.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm Personal Price Plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
1:37 to go first half. 3-0 Ravens on top. 1st and 10 Baltimore. They've got it at the Jacksonville 17. Second trip for the Ravens into the red zone. First time they had to settle for a field goal. Receivers left and right. Jackson in the gun. Gets the snap. Back to pass. Fires over the middle. That's caught by Kohler. Inside the 5. And upended around the 2. Andrew Wingard made the stop. Charlie Kohler with his second catch of the year, and it's 1st and goal.
You said it, his second catch of the year, and Lamar Jackson puts it on him like they've been throwing to each other for years. I mean, this ball was striped down the left side of the field, down the hash mark. Perfectly thrown, great catch. He also gets a few more yards after the reception and then puts him right in scoring position here to end the first half.
Stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by AutoZone. All season long, you can listen to our broadcast of the NFL live on WestwoodOneSport.com, on the NFL app, by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports, or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. Make AutoZone your end zone. Check engine light on, get a check with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. So the Ravens now a 1st and goal at the 2. They love to run the ball down here. Edwards is the tailback. Jackson will hand off to him. Edwards straight ahead, pushing down to about the 1. And he is shoved backwards. He didn't get in. So Edwards gets a yard, but could not find his way into the end zone. Now flags fly after the play. Some pushing and shoving. One of the Jags defenders, I think that was Wingard, ended up on his back in the end zone. There are multiple penalty flags down. Sean Smith and his crew will get this sorted out.
Dead ball, personal foul, offense number 76. 15-yard penalty. The down counts. Second down.
Boy, Ryan, and that penalty is against John Simpson, and that is a really, really bad penalty. That takes you from the 1-yard line back to the 16 for second down and goal.
You couldn't ask for anything more if you're Jacksonville. They get a stop, but they don't have any more timeouts. They're not going to be able to get the ball back. And to have John Simpson just try to, I don't know what he accomplishes by going up and headbutting somebody with this face mask. It wasn't that grievous, but great job by the defender, just kind of falling backwards a little bit. Official right there to the hold of the flag, and now they're in a really compromising position with only a minute and 18 left.
2 receivers to the left, 2 tight ends right. Jackson in the gun, gets the snap, fakes the handoff, back to pass, fires down the middle. That's caught. Touchdown, Baltimore. Isaiah Likely makes the catch in the end zone. His second touchdown catch of the year, and the Ravens find 6. 1:12 to go in the first half. 9-0 Baltimore on the 16-yard touchdown from Jackson to Likely.
Almost identical as the throw to Charlie Kohler. Both of them lined up to the right. They just run a little outside in, and the defender's just too late. And once again, Lamar Jackson puts the ball on the line where only his wide receiver can catch it. Isaiah Likely follows up a big game last week with another touchdown tonight.
Justin Tucker is on for the extra points. Trying to make it a 10-point lead for the Ravens. Here's the snap. Ball is down. The kick is on the way, and it is good. So the Ravens go from second and goal on the 1 to second and goal on the 16, and it doesn't matter. They score the touchdown, and they've got a 10-0 lead with 1:12 to go in the first half. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
One of my headlights went out.
We've got the right bulbs right here.
Get in the zone.
Wait, what kind should I get?
How about Sylvania Silverstar Ultra? They have the farthest down road vision, and you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy 2.
Get in the zone.
Why get the pair?
Replacing both bulbs will give you the best visibility.
Ah, I see.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
It's time to gear up for the holiday season. Head over to NFLshop.com today for the largest collection of officially licensed gear from all your favorite brands. NFL Shop is your ultimate gifting destination for jerseys, t-shirts, headwear, and more. Take your game day style to the next level with the best selection of NFL gear anywhere. Show off your team pride this holiday season with styles fit for the whole family. To shop now, go to NFLshop.com.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Let's check the drive summary, sponsored by Dell Technologies. Dell's holiday event is one of the biggest sales of the year. Save on laptops like the XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform and more. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. 13 plays, 60-yard drive, 4 minutes and 30 seconds off the clock. Capped off by the 16-yard touchdown pass from Lamar Jackson to Isaiah Likely, and a 10-0 Ravens lead with 1:12 to go in the first half.
Yeah, the loss of Mark Andrews earlier in the year felt like a setback, but anybody who really followed the Ravens last year saw what Isaiah Likely, the young rookie, was able and capable of doing, and over the last couple weeks he's really kind of stepped up. Still got to understand what it's all about at the NFL level, running to the right depth, understanding blitzes and things like that. Todd Monken's really brought him along, but he's a super talented, great catch, especially when they got set back there, second and goal from the 16, to be able to gut him like that puts Jacksonville in a tough bind.
Well, how demoralizing for the Jaguars, and what a lift for the Ravens. As you said, the Ravens are right on the doorstep. Suddenly they're backed up at the 16 in a goal-to-go situation, and on the very next play they score a touchdown. Justin Tucker with a high, short pop-up kick It's going to be taken by Agnew on the run at the 11. He runs left to the 20, got a big lane 25, out to the 30, 35-yard line, spinning his way out to the 40. One of the young men tried to take that. Jamal Agnew said, this is my territory. Came sprinting up, grabbed it, and races out across the 40. They'll give him progress to the 41. So the Jags will have it there, 1:04 to go. Now, Doug Peterson used all of his timeouts. So the Jags do not have any timeouts, but they do have good starting field position here, trying to get something positive before the end of the half.
Yeah, and because Baltimore scored so quickly there, they still have a minute left. They've got the ball at the their own 41-yard line. That allows them just a couple big throws to get them in field goal range.
Slot right, single man left. Lawrence back in the gun. He's got Etienne to his right. Here's the snap. Lawrence back to pass. Looking, has time. Taking a shot. Deep down the left side for Zay Jones. Incomplete. Got his feet tangled up with Brandon Stevens. And there is no foul on the play. Crowd hoping they would get a flag. But I think that was a simple case of two guys tripping over each other's feet, Ryan.
Yeah, their feet get just tangled up. Wonderful job of Doug Peterson drawing up this play. Allows a one-on-one opportunity, and their feet just get tangled. There's nothing you can do about that. That happens. Wide receiver, both of them looking back at the football.
2nd down and 10. Trips right, single man left. Lawrence in the gun brings Washington in motion across the formation from right to left. Lawrence points with his left hand, now his right. Leans forward toward the line of scrimmage, gets the snap, blitz coming. Lawrence looks, throws left sideline. That's caught. Calvin Ridley's got it. That's going to be a first down. Inbounds at the 48-yard line of Baltimore. Stevens in coverage. No timeouts for the Jags. They rush up to the football. 43, 42, 41 seconds remaining. Lawrence in the gun, trips right, single man left. Here's the snap. Lawrence back, looks, throws left side, incomplete, and flags down. Looking for Ridley that time, and this time Brandon Stevens did make contact and will get called for pass interference.
They run them almost.
Pass interference. Defense, number 21. The ball will be placed at spot of the foul, automatic, first down.
They run almost the exact same play offensively, but instead of going deep on the fade route, they have Calvin Ridley make a stop, and then Brandon Stevens just grabs his shoulder and pulls him back, not allowing him to go back towards the football. Easy flag, stops the clock, now puts him in a position to not only get a chance at maybe going for 6, but in field goal range.
From the Baltimore 40, 1st and 10, 35 seconds remain. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Lawrence in the shotgun, he's got Etienne to his left side. Lawrence wants the snap, he's got it, back to pass, looks, throws right side this time, that's caught at the 35, and then Jones is wrestled out of bounds on the far side by Kyle Hamilton. They'll mark him out at the 36, so it'll be just a gain of 4, 30 seconds remain. 2nd down and 6, 10-0 Baltimore. Late in this first half, Jags have missed a couple of field goals, they had a fumble. Trevor Lawrence just getting inside the 20 when he dropped the ball. Looking for something positive here at the end of this first half.
It would go a long way for what they need to do coming out at halftime if they can find a way to get some points and some positive vibes.
Slot left, single man right. Lawrence back in the gun. Ingram is a wing to the left side. And Baltimore jumps, but did somebody from Jacksonville move first? It looks like the Jags did.
False start. Offense number 68. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
That's Brandon Sheriff, who left the game earlier briefly. Moved early, drawing Baltimore into the neutral zone, so they'll move it back to the 41-yard line, make it 2nd down and 11.
I mean, the cliche saying, shooting yourself in the foot, penalties pre-snap, post-snap, it's what caused you to lose football games when you're going up against great opponents.
Slot left, single man right. Ingram a wing on the left side of the line. Lawrence gets the shotgun snap. Back to pass, looking left, going deep, left side. Zay Jones again. This time makes the catch. A leaping grab at the 5-yard line. Stevens was in coverage. Jags hustling to the ball. 17, 16, 15, 36-yard pickup. Lawrence in the gun. Twin receivers left and right. Here's the snap. Quick throw left side, cut by Washington. And Washington tackled inbounds. The half is going to run out. Washington trying to get the ball to the official, but it's 000, and the half is over. The crowd is booing in Jacksonville. The Jaguars ran to the line of scrimmage. They threw it to Washington. He tried to get out of bounds, but couldn't do it. and the Jags do not get another playoff. That's how the half ends, with the Ravens leading 10-0.
I'm not opposed to running a play, Ryan, but you cannot throw the football in the field of play. It has to go into the end zone, or you have to spike it so the clock stops, and then you can have an opportunity to have a chance. And don't go out of this half without any points at all. This is exactly how the rest of the first half went in terms of losing opportunities for the Jags and Coach Doug Peterson.
Washington, his body was out of bounds, but remember, it's where your forward progress is stopped, and his forward progress had been stopped. So even though he reached the ball toward the sideline and ended up out of bounds, the officials wind the clock. The Jaguars do not get another snap off, and they will go to the halftime locker room down by 10. End of the first half here in Jacksonville with the score, the Ravens 10, the Jaguars nothing. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our studios with the halftime report. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Hey folks, Rich Eisen here. So this football season's really heating up, and the guys on my show, they're having a blast with Prize Picks. And now with basketball season in full swing, they're able to pick combo projections across both sports. Join them on prizepicks.com/primetime. Easy gameplay and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what they tell me makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. Brockman's loving that aspect. He's hooked. And all you need to do is visit prizepicks.com/primetime and use code primetime. That's code primetime at prizepicks.com/primetime for a first deposit match up to $100. Don't be left on the sideline this basketball season. Go to Prize Picks. Daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. We've reached halftime in Jacksonville, and the Baltimore Ravens with a lone touchdown for Isaiah Likely, sitting on a 10-0 lead at the break. Let's check the NFL scoreboard for Week 15, sponsored by Prilosec OTC. Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production that can cause heartburn. One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. Uses directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief. Biggest game of the day was in the late window today. The Buffalo Bills trying to play their way back into playoff contention, going up against the red-hot Cowboys, who had won 5 in a row. How do you cool them down? By running the ball right at them. Buffalo ran for 266 yards today and held the ball for 35 minutes. On a day when Josh Allen only threw for 94 yards, Buffalo coasts to make that a 31-10 victory over the Dallas Cowboys. James Cook was the hero in this one with 179 yards and a couple of touchdowns. Josh Allen didn't have to do much. Got a rushing touchdown, but he didn't care that he didn't have to do much.
We're getting better as the season goes on, and I think that's kind of what we're built for in games like this, and finding ways. And our defense went out there and against a fantastic offense and did their thing. So it was a complete team win today.
Buffalo's 8-6. Dallas falls to 10-4. They fall from first place in the NFC East, but in the process of everything else that happened today, they clinched a playoff spot. So did the Philadelphia Eagles, who are now in first in the NFC East. Meanwhile, Miami against the New York Jets today. This was a mismatch just like it was 3 weeks ago. Miami defense allows just 103 total yards on the day for New York, and they shut out the Jets 30-0 the final. Raheem Mostert a pair of touchdowns in this one, and Jalen Waddle filling in for the injured Tyreek Hill, 142 yards receiving, including a touchdown. Miami's 10-4, just one pace behind Baltimore for the top spot in the AFC. The Jets officially eliminated from playoff contention as they're shut out for the first time in 2.5 years. Kansas City Chiefs got themselves a win today in New England against the Patriots, 27-17. Patrick Mahomes throws for a couple of touchdowns in this one of them to Rashee Rice. And Kansas City breaks their losing streak. They're now 9-5. Meanwhile, New England continues to be offensively challenged. They fall to 3-11 on the year. Cleveland had to come from behind today against Chicago to take the lead, which they did on Dustin Hopkins' go-ahead field goal with 32 seconds left to go. But the Bears got in range to take a shot at the end zone for what would have been a miracle victory.
Fields back to pass, up in the pocket, he rolls left, time's run out, he's going to look, he's going to launch, it's going down into the end zone, knock it down, the ball is intercepted, it's intercepted by the Browns, and DeAnthony Bell got it, he got it, ball game over.
Thank God, because
Jim, that ball was knocked down onto Darnell Mooney's chest, who was on the ground, and then it popped up into the air miraculously, and DeAnthony Bell gets the interception. Darnell Mooney had a shot at it.
Darnell Mooney's going to be seeing that one in his sleep for a long time. Jim Donovan, Nathan Zagora on the Cleveland Browns radio network. Browns hang on for a 20-17 win. They are a playoff team right now at 9-5. Chicago falls to 5-9. And Houston, playing without C.J. Stroud today, turned to Case Keenum. Case Keenum got his team into overtime at Nissan Stadium against the Tennessee Titans, and then Kaimi Fairbairn won the game with a 54-yard field goal as time expired in overtime. The Texans improved 8-6 on the year with a 19-16 win over the Tennessee Titans. Tennessee now eliminated from playoff contention. Our halftime score, Baltimore 10, Jacksonville nothing. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, this is Howard Bender from the Fantasy Alarm Show. Catch me and the GM Jim Bowden weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern. All week long, we bring you the best in fantasy insights around. We're all the fantasy football deliciousness you need to help you crush your fantasy football leagues this season. Plus, we share our favorite picks for DFS and betting. Oh, and don't forget about Jukebox Monday, the Wheel of Randomness, and all your favorites. That's the Fantasy Alarm Show weeknights from 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern, Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87.
They are among the greatest to ever play their sports.
A game-winning home run by Derek Jeter.
They are legends and icons.
The Lakers take the lead on Magic Johnson's running skyhook.
And you can hear them right now on the Sirius XM app.
We got Magic Johnson here.
Everybody got all these shows. They've been hounding me. I said, I'm only doing one, and that's Eddie Johnson. Anytime you guys need me, I'm here.
Legendary Derek Jeter. Welcome to Black Diamonds.
Thanks for having me. I've been waiting for the invitation.
And for access to the game's greats, rely on the leader in sports audio. Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
This is NASCAR champion Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex Jr., Brad Keselowski. What is SiriusXM NASCAR Radio? It's a place to talk about your favorite sport.
You know, I renew my subscription. It never comes off this channel. The whole day is awesome.
It's a place to hear from the biggest names in NASCAR. Joey Logano, what are you doing?
I got the SiriusXM set up at my house so I can jump on more often.
Joey, I want to first thank you for doing this. This is awesome for the fans.
It's a trusted source for breaking news.
Major stories today, my friends. Let's get down to business.
I'm in the hauler with the breaking news story.
It's every NASCAR race heard live, including in-car radios.
Logano gets into the back. He shoves him up the racetrack.
Stay out, stay out, stay out. Trust me.
Custer's going to go for the lead here. They get door to door with each other.
Yeah!
And it's classic races that honor the history of the sport.
Dale Earnhardt is going to win the Daytona 500.
So what is SiriusXM NASCAR Radio? It's your 24/7 home for all things NASCAR.
The way you guys cover these races is unbelievable.
Channel 90 and on the SiriusXM app.
Back at the Sunday Night Football halftime show with a 10-point lead for Baltimore at the break. Over in the NFC, San Francisco went into Arizona today. You kind of knew they might dominate, and they did. They beat the Cardinals by a score of 45-29, clinching the NFC West and keeping their hold on the number one seed for now in the NFC. Christian McCaffrey, a rushing touchdown, 2 receiving touchdowns, 7 against Arizona this year. Even though Brock Purdy threw for 4 scores and no interceptions and is now being talked about as an MVP contender, he disagrees.
Dude, I think Christian should be MVP. I really do believe that. You know, he does everything for us, runs the ball well, can catch the ball. He does everything. And so, in my eyes, that's an MVP.
Arizona falls to 3-11 on the year. Tampa Bay, a big win today at Lambeau Field behind a huge game from Baker Mayfield. He had a perfect passer rating, throwing for 381 yards, 4 touchdowns, and no interceptions. Tampa Bay strengthens their hold on the NFC South with a 34-20 win. Jordan Love, 284 yards, couple of scores. Green Bay falls to 6-8 and out for now of the playoffs in the NFC. That's because the Rams are in. They won again today, knocking off Washington 28-20 the final. Matthew Stafford throws for a couple of scores, including a 62-yarder to Cooper Kupp, who had 8 catches for $111. Rams right now at 7-7. That's a good number for them because they would be the 7th seed if the NFC playoffs started today. Washington replaced Sam Howell in the fourth quarter with Jacoby Brissett. He threw a couple of touchdown passes. Washington falls to 4-10. New Orleans beat the New York Giants 24-6. 3 touchdown passes for Derek Carr in this ball game. Saints outgained the Giants 140 yards to 2 in the third quarter. Giants fall to 5-9. And Carolina got their second win of the year. Eddie Pinheiro hits a game-winning 23-yard field goal in the rain at Bank of America Stadium as time expires. Carolina wins it 9-7. They're now 2-12 for the year. Atlanta at 6-8. They just hurt their playoff chances in a big way today in the NFC, but it's still wide open right now in the NFC South with just a few weeks to go. Our halftime score, Baltimore 10, Jacksonville nothing. When we return, Ryan Radke and Ryan Leaf have the second half kickoff. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or apply stop to opt out. Not available in all states. For risks and restrictions, visit orhealth.com. Use as directed.
Do you want to help take back control of your drinking? Do you want a stronger heart, a healthier liver, and clearer skin? Do you want more energy, better sleep, and more mental clarity? What about improved relationships and performance at work? Help take back control of your drinking with Or Health. Or Health provides access to medication to help make it easier to drink less or quit. With Or Health, you could feel more in control in just days. To see if Or Health is right for you, text ASSIST to 323232. You'll be sent a secure link to a private online assessment. It takes just a few minutes. Most people do it right on their smartphone. If treatment is right for you, a licensed healthcare professional will prescribe medication directly online. Or Health then sends meds right to your door in discreet packaging. Everything is private, convenient, affordable, and judgment-free. Get started by texting ASSIST to 323232. Take back control with Or Health. Text the word ASSIST to 323232. Text ASSIST to 323232.
Hey, it's Amanda, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nugget trays is that they're so easy for the holidays. They're warm and flavorful. It's always a crowd pleaser. When I put down a nugget tray, everyone is happy.
Hey, this is Brian, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nugget trays is the joy that it brings to me and everybody around me during the holidays. They're warm, juicy, and delicious.
Cater the holidays with Chick-fil-A today. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Don't miss new deals every day during Lowe's 25 Days of Deals. Get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, bring home a Werner 4-foot fiberglass stepladder, now just $29.98. And get same-day delivery for eligible in-stock items when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/20 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Ryan Radke, Ryan Leaf back in Jacksonville where the Ravens lead the Jaguars 10-0 at halftime. Let's check the halftime stats sponsored by Indeed. You don't need a job platform. You need a hiring partner. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Well, the Jaguars ended up outgaining the Ravens 181-166 in that first half. Lamar Jackson 11-16, 134 yards, a touchdown and a pick. Trevor Lawrence 16-23 for 148 yards in that half. But really the story of the half, Ryan, was Jacksonville's inability to execute. Missing a couple of field goals, a Trevor Lawrence fumble, and then at the end of the half, time running out with the Jaguars in prime scoring position.
I mean, the NFL is all about situational football, period. Third down, big-time plays in those moments. And every moment they had an opportunity to really make this game different, they just simply shot themselves in their foot. Their inability to get those plays done was a big reason why they went into the halftime with no points on the board.
Well, the Jaguars had a chance to make this a 10-3, maybe a 10-7 game at halftime. Now they're down 10-0, and Baltimore gets the ball to start the second half. For me, this just magnifies the importance of this possession for the Jaguars defense.
And for how good they played defensively all game long to be down 10-0 after getting an interception, almost getting it into the end zone themselves on that play, it has to be disappointing. You're exactly right. They have to figure out a way to get some sort of turnover, do something on defense, frankly, because the offense hasn't contributed so far.
Your guy, Isaiah Likely, led the Ravens in receiving in that first half. 3 catches for 40 yards and a touchdown. Travis Etienne, 7 carries, 27 yards for Jacksonville. Lamar Jackson was the Ravens' leading rusher. He had 5 carries for 30 yards. Brandon McManus will kick it away. Justice Hill waiting at the goal line to return. And a low kick. Bounces at the 10, skips across the 5, and then hits the pylon. It'll be a touchback. I don't know if McManus slipped or what on that kickoff. It went skipping down the field, and fortunately for him, made contact with a pylon. So it's just a touchback. The ball will go to the 25 instead of the 40. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
We're bringing the pop and sizzle with me, Adam Shine, on Shine on Sports every weekday from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Ravens first and 10 at their own 25. Lamar Jackson lines up in the gun. Gus Edwards to his left. 2 receivers out to the right. Jackson gets the shotgun snap, fakes to Edwards, back to pass, has time, looking, moving to his left, still looking down the field. Now he tucks it down to run, gets hit from behind, and he's taken down up at the... Well, they're going to give him progress across the 30. Was he not down when he got hit? I don't think Jackson was down. I think he landed on Jacksonville defenders, got up and continued to run. They give him progress to the 31.
Yeah, he rolls over the defender, and his body part that is considered down doesn't touch at any point. Smart enough in that moment to know that. Just keeps on going and picks up a couple more yards.
Yeah, hand went down, but not the forearm, not the elbow. So Lamar Jackson picks up 6. Second down and 4, 2 receivers stacked right, 2 receivers stacked left. Aguilar in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Jackson looks to his right, nothing there, pulls it down, runs left, and he dives to the 34-yard line. Trayvon Walker with the tackle. That's a gain of 3. But, Ryan, there's what we were talking about in the first half. That was supposed to be a quick toss to the right side. The Jaguars jumped it, did everything right. Lamar Jackson still gets 3 yards. Now the Ravens go and hurry up here on 3rd and 1. Receivers left and right, shotgun snap, handoff, straight ahead run, and it looks like a first down across the 35 for Keaton Mitchell out to the 36.
Your point around making something positive out of a play that's been disrupted defensively. They made everything right on the defensive side. They guessed right, they were in the right position, everything. Even Trayvon Walker was there to make the tackle behind the line of scrimmage. He still gets away from that and picks up a yard or 2 to make it easier for Gus Edwards to pick up that first down.
2-yard run. 1st and 10 for the 36. Jackson under center, takes the snap, back on a play fake, steps up in the pocket, looking left, flips it down the left side. Diving catch by Beckham. No, they're going to say incomplete. Odell Beckham left his feet around the Jacksonville 38, but could not hang on. Monteric Brown was in coverage. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Tremendous job of just constant motor going on the defensive side of the football to put the pressure on Lamar Jackson. He gets hit just as he releases the ball, and if he isn't, that ball gets to Odell Beckham Jr. where he doesn't have to go down to the ground and try to receive it, ultimately losing it when he turns over.
And while it would have been a really good catch, I bet Odell would tell you he should have caught that ball. 2nd down 10 from the 36. Shotgun snap to Jackson. Back to throw. Looks left. Steps up in the pocket. He's going to run again across the 40. Angles right over the 45. And he goes down with a first down. They're going to mark him down. It looks like at the 47-yard line. Boye and Luakin again with the tackle. But Lamar Jackson using his legs moves the sticks for the Baltimore Ravens.
That play right there was a simple quarterback draw. Was called. Receivers do a great job of running off the defenders. They had no spy on Lamar Jackson. He simply got into the open field and picks up another first down.
12-yard run to the 48, 1st down and 10. Jackson lines up in the gun. He's got Edwards and Likely in the backfield. Flowers goes in motion from left to right. Here's a handoff to Edwards running off the right side, and he is wrapped up and dropped at the line of scrimmage. Excellent job that time by Calebon Chason, the 4th-year man out of LSU. Wraps up Gus Edwards for no gain. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, wonderful job of the defense, especially from the back end. They're getting up in the running game and making some impactful plays behind the line of scrimmage.
See what the Ravens do here out of the huddle on 2nd and 10. Beckham will split wide to the left with Aguilar in the slot. Flowers goes wide right with Likely in the slot. Edwards is the running back. He's off to the left of Jackson. 2nd down 10. Here's the snap. Flags fly. They're going to blow it dead. It's going to be procedure against Baltimore. It looks like it is.
False start. Offense number 78. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
That was Morgan Moses, the right tackle. Trayvon Walker was lined up over top of him. Walker came flying across the line. Jackson was trying to say he was offside, but the officials saw Morgan Moses flinch first.
Watching it on the monitor here, wasn't much, but to your point, Trayvon Walker, he exacerbates the situation and makes the official make the call simply because he got off the ball so fast and unabated to the quarterback.
So move the football back to the 43. 2nd down 15, receivers left and right. Jackson lines up in the gun with Edwards to his right. Aguilar in motion from right to left. Here's the snap. Jackson back, throws right sideline, caught by Flowers across the 50, and he's wrapped up and pulled down They make the tackle around the original line of scrimmage at the 48. When he originally caught that ball, he was across midfield. Monteric Brown made the tackle. The officials are trying to get the ball spotted properly. They've got it now across the 50. Right between the 50 and the Jacksonville 49. It'll be third down at about 7.
First catch of the night for Zay Flowers, who's their leading receiver. Big part of their offense. If they want to keep him going, this offense going, he's going to have to be more targeted the second half.
65th catch of the year. That's a Ravens rookie record. Third down and 7. Shotgun snap. Blitz coming. Jackson looking. Jackson is hit and sacked by Rayshawn Jenkins. Boy, Jenkins has made some big plays tonight. He had a pick earlier, and this time comes busting through to sack Lamar Jackson and force a Ravens punt.
In the first half, they came with the same blitz from depth. He just couldn't get there fast enough. Here, a little bit shortened up. He's not as deep here when he comes with the blitz, and sure enough, he gets to the quarterback a little bit faster and gets him to the ground. Gets the defense off the field and gives other offense an opportunity.
So Jordan Stout will punt. He hits a low line drive kick, sending Agnew to his left. That ball sails out of bounds. Penalty flag went down right at the snap. Officials coming up the sideline. He is going to mark the ball at the 14, maybe at the 15-yard line. Not a great punt by Stout. Let's see about the flag. They're looking toward the Ravens sideline, which would indicate it's against the Jags. Sean Smith still staring over in that direction. And now we'll fill the rest of us in on what's going on.
Onside, defense. That penalty is declined. Timeout.
So it's as if nothing happened. Ball out of bounds at the 15, and that's where the Jags will have it when we come back. With 10:14 to go in the third quarter, it's the Ravens 10 and the Jaguars nothing. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Don't miss a new episode this week of Forward Progress, a conversation on race and sports in America with Jason Jackson and Kirk Morris.
Illinois State issues formal apology to Norfolk State after fan shouts racial slur during the game.
It gives us a clear understanding that this stuff still goes on in our country. Some fans feel like they have a right, but it doesn't give you entitlement to act or say some of the things that some do.
Check out Forward Progress. New episodes each Wednesday on the Sirius XM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans. Just search Forward Progress.
The Columbus Crew are MLS champions, and Sirius XM FC was there.
Columbus holds on for their third MLS title.
From the unforgettable moments to the post-match celebration.
Brian Dunseth with Wilfred Nancy.
I told them that impossible is an opinion.
Darlington Nagby.
To win another one and have a packed house and have to be able to have our fans in our community here with us means the world.
No one covers soccer like Sirius XM FC, channel 157, and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The Premier League is built on hope. The hope of discovering a new star.
It doesn't take long for Darwin Nunez to make an impression.
The hope of rewriting history. And the hope of continuing a dynasty.
Unstoppable week after week.
This is the Premier League on NBC, USA, and Peacock.
I'm Bruce Murray. And I'm Rich Gannon. Join us Monday, noon Eastern time on the Sirius XM Blitz. We recap Week 15 in the NFL, starting with the Cowboys-Bills and the Ravens-Jaguars as the playoff races heat up.
We will preview Monday Night Football between the Eagles and Seahawks, and Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell will join us as well.
So don't miss the Sirius XM Blitz with me, and of course Rich Gannon. Monday, noon Eastern time on Sirius XM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and on the Sirius XM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans.
You can catch the Rich Eisen Show every weekday from 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations. And be sure to look out for 2 new podcasts from Rich Eisen Podcast. All the NFL hot takes you can handle on Overreaction Monday. And each Tuesday, download What the Football with Susie Schuster and former Raiders CEO Amy Trask. Get them wherever you get your podcasts. 10:14 to go third quarter. Ravens on top by a score of 10-0. They moved the ball back during that timeout, so the Jaguars will start at their own 12. First down and 10. Travis Etienne is the running back. He's off to the right of Lawrence. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Lawrence in the gun, changing the play again at the line of scrimmage. 7 on the play clock. Here's the snap. Handoff Etienne, sweeping left outside the numbers, turns it up and gets back to the line of scrimmage. That's it. Great job by the Ravens on the outside. Geno Stone was in there. Kyle Van Noy was there as well. No gain on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
You're exactly right. I mean, that's what Trevor Lawrence is supposed to do. You had a too high safety look, which means run the football. They get to the perimeter, and Geno Stone playing safety, he gets to the perimeter faster than Travis Etienne does and gets him to the ground. Great job, great read by the defender.
2nd down, 10. Lawrence in the gun. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Etienne remains the running back off the Lawrence right side. Lawrence right foot in front of left, points toward the defense, takes the snap, back to pass, throws short right, caught by Ingram, turns back inside the hash marks, running toward the left side numbers now, and he gets grabbed around the neck by Roquan Smith. Dragged down at the 20-yard line. That'll be a gain of 8, and it brings up 3rd down and 2.
I would look into a ton of targets for Ingram in the second half, and then I still believe you have to go after Travis Etienne running the football. You just are better that way when he started the game in that formation, and they went away from it simply the rest of that first half.
Jags just 2 of 7 on 3rd down tonight. This is 3rd and 2. Lawrence in the gun, 2 receivers stack right, single man left. Lawrence gets the snap, back to pass, looking to his left, throws over the middle. Ingram makes the catch, reaching behind him, breaks a tackle, and takes it out across the 30-yard line for a 1st down. Patrick Queen eventually made the stop. Gain of 11 and a 1st down. Heck of an effort by Evan Ingram.
He's been your best receiver all year long. Wonderful route. He makes the defender go inside with the fake. The throw's not great. It's behind him a little bit, but he makes a great grab and then picks up yards after the catch to make sure they get the 1st down. He's been the most impactful player for them receiving the football all year.
Dearness Johnson checks in at tailback. 1st and 10 from the 31. 2 receivers stack right. Lawrence back in the shotgun. Motions out to his right. Takes the snap. Quick throw right side. Caught by Jones. And Zay Jones is wrapped up. Spun forward out to the 35-yard line. It'll go as a gain of 4. Kyle Hamilton with the tackle. And now 2nd down and 6 with 7:54 to go in the 3rd quarter. 10-0. Ravens on top.
And it's not been like Jacksonville hasn't moved the football. And there's something to that, right? It's about executing in situations. That's how you get points in this league. It's where you make your money. And this Jacksonville team just simply hasn't been able to execute in those situations and with anything positive.
2 receivers go to the left on 2nd down and 6 from the 35. Lawrence under center for one of the rare times tonight. Takes the snap. He's back on a play fake. Lawrence looking to his left. He's going to go deep down the left side. Agnew wide open. He's got it to 30. 25-20. Cuts right 15. Inside the 10. Agnew to the 5. Jumping into the end zone. Touchdown Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence with a short roll to the right, went back across the field to Agnew, a 65-yard touchdown, and with 7:15 to go in the 3rd, the Jags are on the board. They trail the Ravens 10-6.
How do you not get yourself in those situations? Well, you score on 1st down is what you do. Perfect play call, gets the corner to stop his feet, and then Agnew in his first game back coming off IR, just outraces everybody to the end zone.
Brandon McManus is on for the extra point. And the kick from McManus is on the way, and it is good. Tucks it inside the left upright, and the Jaguars are back in it with 7:15 to go in the 3rd quarter. It's the Ravens 10, the Jaguars 7. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Football is a game of inches, and while we've advanced the ball down the field, our efforts to achieve equality are still far from the goal. But we are in it for the long haul. For years, P&G has used its voice to shine a light on inequalities and bias, and through sustained and meaningful actions, change is being made. P&G is dedicated to improving the future of boys and men of color, supporting the success of black women entrepreneurs, expanding efforts that will improve the child care industry in the U.S., and much more. So we invite you to join us and take action to ensure the home field advantage is everyone's advantage. Go to pg.com/takeonrace to learn more. Read, watch, donate, and engage in the quest for a more equitable world for everyone.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon and other Apple gifts. Time's running out.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone in any condition for a great deal on the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium and iPad and Apple Watch SE with unlimited Ultimate. Additional terms and conditions apply. Act now. Visit Verizon.com.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Ooh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Later on, we'll select the drive of the game, sponsored by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there for the help you need, whether it's online, on the phone, or on the State Farm mobile app. Now for the Jaguars, the drive of the game to this point just happened right there. 5 plays, 88 yards, 2:59 off the clock. Trevor Lawrence finds a wide-open Jamal Agnew for a 65-yard touchdown. And the Jaguars on the board, now down 10-7.
You know, coaches make their living at the NFL level with halftime adjustments. They just do. Coaches are good enough to have a scheme ready in the first half, but second halves, the way they start, what you see and how you adjust to that in the second half, that play call was specifically run because of something they saw with that corner settling his feet.
McManus with a wobbly kick that is headed toward the back of the end zone. It lands 7 yards deep. And the Ravens will start 1st and 10 at the 25. COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer. Then we'll see if the Ravens have a response now. Their lead has been trimmed to 3, 1st and 10. They've got it at their own 25. Lamar Jackson, for a very rare time, will go under center. Keaton Mitchell is the back, 2 receivers left, 1 right, likely is a wing to the right side. Here's the snap. Jackson hands off Keaton Mitchell, runs outside the left hash, breaks a tackle, leans forward out to the 30-yard line. Foye Oluokun with the tackle, gain of 5. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 5 for the Ravens.
You talked about him being under center there. They're 28th in the league at that. 13%, that's it. 13% under center for Lamar Jackson. He spends most of his time in that pistol or shotgun look in this offense.
Ravens with 75 yards on the ground tonight. Baltimore has rushed for at least 100 yards in 29 straight games. Longest active streak in the NFL. 2 receivers right, 1 left, 2nd down and 5 from the 30. Jackson back in the shotgun, gets the snap, back to pass. Looking, backpedaling, still looking, now steps up in the pocket. Jackson moving to his left, shakes, runs to his right across the 35, and he dives out to the 37-yard line. This guy is magic. Jeremiah Ledbetter made the tackle, but it's a gain of 7, a 1st down run for Lamar Jackson. Unbelievable.
The Jags run a game on the right side of the line that almost gets to him, and then he just makes guys miss in space.
1st down and 10. Jackson under center, takes the snap, hands off Mitchell, runs right across the 40, out to the numbers of the 45, out to the sideline, and he's knocked out of bounds close to a 1st down. Let's see where he stepped out. They're going to give him the 1st down across the 47. That'll be a gain of 11, a 1st down run for Keaton Mitchell.
You know how you extinguish a fire? With a running game from Baltimore. It's how they've done it for decades. They just take the oxygen out of the room by running the football as well as they do, and that just makes the crowd a little bit less loud. The defense feel a little less hyped about what they're going about their business, and Lamar Jackson does a great job of that on his own, but so does this rushing game of this Baltimore Ravens team.
Ravens just across their own 47, 1st and 10. Shotgun snap, handoff Mitchell, runs left, big hole across the Jacksonville 45, and he's down to the Jaguars 41. Oluokun with the tackle, but man, Keaton Mitchell was not touched until he was 10 yards downfield. He ends up picking up 11, a 1st down run. Yeah, the Ravens quickly up on the football again. Jackson the gun, receivers left and right. Here's the snap. Handoff. Nope, Jackson keeps it, running right, breaks 1 tackle, and then is taken down right around the 39, maybe the 38-yard line. So Jackson still able to pick up about 2.5. That'll bring up 2nd down.
Andrew Wingard, 5th-year safety out of Wyoming, has just been all over the field tonight. He goes up and makes the tackle.
Shotgun snap, Jackson back to pass, 2nd down and 7, throws a wobbler over the middle, it's incomplete. Well, that ball toward the left hash. Trayvon Walker applied the heat. I don't know if he got a piece of Lamar's arm or the ball. But now it'll be a 3rd down and 7.
You know, Trayvon Walker's had a good night. He's been constantly in the face of Lamar Jackson. May not have gotten to the ground with a sack, but that pressure alone dictated where the ball went. And now puts in a 3rd down where they can get off the field maybe.
Ravens 4 of 7 on 3rd down. They've got 2 receivers left, single man to the right. Likely flexed out of the left end of the line. Jackson back in the gun. Takes the snap, back to pass, rush coming. Jackson going deep down the right side for Bateman, incomplete. There was some contact, but no flag. Monteric Brown was in coverage. And on 4th down, what do the Ravens want to do? They're kind of in no man's land here. Justin Tucker started out. They're all looking at John Harbaugh right now. This would be about, a 56-yard field goal? They're leaving the offense on the field.
He bombed a couple in pregame warm-ups from 58. The wind doesn't look like it's is picking up at all. The flags on top of the uprights are pretty silent.
Twin receivers left and right. Jackson in the gun with Justice Hill to his left. Play clock down to 3. Ravens maybe just trying to draw him offside. And with the play clock running down, we're going to get a delay of game.
5-yard penalty. 4th down.
So the Ravens in no man's land decided to see if they could get a free 5 yards for Tucker or maybe for their offense. And they're content to let the clock run out and give Jordan Stout a little more room here. They'll move it back 5 yards, and Stout will try to pin the Jaguars inside the 10.
You know, it's the mind of John Harbaugh, how he thinks. The defense has not given up many points tonight, of course. We pin them back, get the ball back with good field position. It's kind of an AFC North mentality.
Stout with a twisting kick. Agnew's going to let it go over his head. It bounces out of bounds. And let's see where they mark it. Official walking up the sideline. He's to the 7, the 8, the 9, and he is going to stop right at the 10. And that's where the Jaguars will have it when we come back with 4:14 to go in the 3rd quarter. 10-7, Ravens lead Jacksonville. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Need to hire? Don't let the transfer market send you into overtime. Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps employers source, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. When you post a sponsored job, you get access to a large pool of quality candidates who have uploaded a resume to Indeed. You can then review their profiles to make sure they meet your must-have requirements. Make the hiring process work for you. Log in and get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Selling online is a lot like football. You need guts. You need stamina. You need conversions. Touchdown! And Shopify is the best converting checkout on the planet. Now, we're not just talking 2-point conversions. Shopify's checkout converts up to 36% better than other leading e-commerce platforms. So whether you're just starting out or scaling up, score more sales with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Welcome back to the Grainger broadcast booth at Everbank Stadium, along with Ryan Leaf. I'm Ryan Radke. Tackle your to-do list with Grainger. From locker rooms to plant floors, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. 4:14 to go third quarter. Ravens 10, Jaguars 7. And Ryan, I think the feeling has flipped here a little bit after that first half. All the mistakes by the Jags. They get that long touchdown. They get a stop defensively. Suddenly it feels like maybe things swing in the way of the home team a little bit. Lawrence will line up in the gun. He's got two receivers to the right, one to the left. Brings Ingram in motion wide for the right side. There's a little toss to Etienne. Runs off the right side of the numbers. Spins across the 10. And he takes it out to the 13-yard line. Gain of 3. Kyle Van Noy on the stop. 2nd and 7.
To emphasize your point there, you look back at their drives in the first half. The only one that ended on them not with an opportunity to score points was the first drive, which they punted on. Ever since then, a missed field goal, turnover, a fumble by Lawrence, the end of the half situation, and then ultimately the first drive of the second half with the big touchdown.
Two receivers left, one right, 2nd down, 7. Lawrence gets the shotgun snap. He's back to pass, looking, throws over the middle. Etienne makes the catch, wrapped up by Roquan Smith and brought down at the 17-yard line. Roquan Smith is 3rd in the NFL in tackles. He is about as sure-handed as they come. He wrapped up Etienne and made sure he got no further progress.
And that's been a big issue with the NFL because of the CBA and the negotiation around how much tackling, how much hitting you get to do during the week in practice. When you see teams get on the field, getting guys to the ground has been difficult, especially for some good teams. Roquan Smith doesn't have that problem. He's like Velcro when he rips these guys to the ground.
3rd down and 3. Jaguars need the 20 for a first down. Lawrence in the gun with two receivers left, one to the right. Dearness Johnson is now the running back. And a false start up front. Walker Little, the left tackle, came out of his stance. Lawrence went to a couple of hard counts, and he got his own guy.
Offense number 72. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
So that'll move him back to a 3rd down and 8. You know, Ryan, I did some of Roquan Smith's games when he was at Georgia and now in the NFL, whether it be with the Bears or with the Ravens. I've always said this. He's a guy, you feel like there's 3 of them on the field because he's just everywhere. Sideline to sideline. He's everywhere out there.
And there's about guys who can run, but guys who can run and tackle in space, they're difference makers. It's the reason why Baltimore traded for him.
3rd down and 8 for the Jags. They bunch 3 receivers left. Ingram single man to the right, close to the line of scrimmage. Lawrence motions out to his left, gets the snap, back to pass, under pressure, wrapped up, throws. The ball is loose, picked up by the Ravens. They're going to race into the end zone. The officials are letting it go. Now they're going to say incomplete. Sean Smith, the referee, says incomplete pass. Justin Matabike was applying the pressure. Ravens want the intentional grounding. Let's see if they're going to give it to him. Matabike had Lawrence wrapped up and was pulling him backwards. Lawrence definitely threw the ball. There's no way it got to the line of scrimmage. Was there a receiver in the area? And the answer is no. The flag has been dropped.
But it wasn't in the end zone. So it will not be a safety. They will have to punt, though.
Intentional grounding. Offense number 16. Although he threw a forward pass, he started a throwing motion after contact, and the ball did not make it back to the line of scrimmage, and there was no receiver in the area. Ball we placed out to half the distance. Lost it down, 4th down.
I feel like Sean Smith should teach a tutorial on how to announce intentional grounding. It's the 2nd time tonight that he has just broken that down beautifully for us. Thank you, Sean.
Very articulate.
Well done. So now, as you said, this sets up a tough spot for the Jaguars. As Logan Cook comes on to punt. The ball is inside the 1. And so Cook is not going to have a lot of room here punting from the back of the end zone. In fact, as the Jaguars line up, Cook is actually standing about 3 yards out of the end zone. Now walks back up. He's got his heels just inside the white. Here comes the snap. Cook gets it away quickly. High spiraling kick, pretty good one. Wallace backs up. He's got it at his own 40. Runs left, hit, and dropped around the 42. Excellent special teams play made by the Jaguars. Daniel Thomas. Oh, a terrific punt by Cook, and Thomas with the tackle on Wallace. A 59-yard punt, and no return on the play. 2:15 to go in the 3rd quarter. Ravens have a 10-7 lead. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
What kind of a holiday gift giver are you? The stop at the corner store on the way to the party kind? Or the thoughtful hunt for the perfect holiday gift kind? Well, if you're the thoughtful one, we've got the perfect gift. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear that are so comfortable and so easy, everyone in your family will adore them.
Because with Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down to the ground, and you never have to touch your shoes. So how do Skechers slip-ins work? It's like there's a built-in shoehorn in the heel, so your foot slides into place. Then the exclusive heel pillow keeps your foot comfy and secure. Plus, they come in all your favorite fashionable styles, with and without laces, and in all the fits. Stretch fit, wide fit, relaxed fit, and arch fit. Every kind of comfort. This year, give the thoughtful gift. The greatest invention ever. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. They're sure to be a holiday hit. Find slip-ins for the whole family at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
Try Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. Paying homage to the original invented over 100 years ago. This non-aerosol formula features enhanced ingredients, an exceptional glide, and crisp fragrance for a winning shave experience. Learn more at Barbasol.com.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A reminder, you can still listen to every remaining Westwood One NFL broadcast this season for free via the NFL app. Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, late December Saturday games, Christmas Day, plus the entire postseason. From now until Super Bowl 58 in February, the NFL is on Westwood One, and it's on the NFL app too. Download for free today. Great special teams execution by the Jags, Ryan.
Wonderful. One-step punt, and then a double-teamed Gunner who splits the double team. It gets the punt returner on the ground for no gain.
Ravens will start at their own 42, 1st and 10. Two receivers right, one left, I formation. Here's the snap, toss play. Mitchell runs right, cuts it up, cuts back left side now, picks up a block from Jackson on the outside, turns the corner 50, 45 to the 40, down the sideline to the 35. How about the run by Keaton Mitchell? Running right to the numbers, started to cut back, then went all the way back across the field, and they give him progress to the Jacksonville 34 before Wingard knocks him out of bounds.
You know, Keaton Mitchell's been a real difference maker with his speed. And Gus Edwards is a guy who can pound the rock inside the tackles. Keaton Mitchell can do that too, but you let him get out on the perimeter, and he's gone.
24-yard pickup. He averages 8.5 yards per carry in limited action this year. 1st and 10 for the Ravens. Jackson under center, takes the snap, handoff Mitchell, runs right to the hash marks, and he takes this one to the 30-yard line. 4-yard gain, tackle by Folu Fatukasi, and that'll bring up a 2nd down and 6. Start the holidays early with Peacock's NFL Holiday exclusive game. Watch the Bills and Chargers live Saturday, December 23rd at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming exclusively on Peacock. 2nd down, 6 from the 30. Ravens will send receivers left and right, tight ends on either end of the line. Jackson in the gun. He's got Gus Edwards to his left. Jackson gets the snap. He's back to pass. Jackson looking, hit, gets away, spins to his right, backpedaling, being chased, throws deep down the left side into coverage, jump ball, and it's caught! It's caught at the 5 by Likely. Lamar Jackson throws it up for grabs, and Likely out-jumps the defense to bring it down. It'll be 1st and goal.
You enable behavior when you get away with it, and Lamar Jackson, for no reason, should be letting this ball go. From up here, I'm watching the ball float in the air, both defenders getting right to the point, but Isaiah Likely is just more athletic. He's just bigger. He goes up, and they can't out-jump him, and he gets the ball.
From the 4, here's a toss play. Edwards running right, looking for a seam, takes it down to the 1, and then gets a shot put into his chest. Knocks him backward. It'll be a gain of 3. That'll bring up 2nd and goal. Ledbetter with the stop. And that will bring us to the end of the 3rd quarter. With the score, the Ravens 10, the Jaguars 7. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent. All over Febreze car clips right on your fit. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
We all love to follow the pros. And when it comes to selling online, the pros trust Shopify. New Era, Allbirds, Untuckit, Skims, even Mattel. They all sell with Shopify because Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. And it's not just the big brands. Millions of businesses are boosting their sales with the same legendary Shopify checkout. Start selling like the pros and sell with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm Personal Price Plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this voicemail from Leah.
Jake from State Farm. Listen, so sometimes I like to nibble on licorice and pretend I'm a teeny mouse, chewing through wires.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm Personal Price Plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
Don't miss out on new deals every day at Lowe's. Right now, get can't-miss deals on appliances. Get up to 30% off. Plus, save up to an extra $750 on select major appliances. And buy now, pay later with Lowe's Pay to help balance your budget. Because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/20. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Subject to credit approval.
Welcome back to Jacksonville, along with Ryan Leaf. I'm Ryan Radke. Our score is the Ravens 10 and the Jaguars 7. Start of the fourth quarter is sponsored by Lowe's. Don't miss out on new deals every day during Lowe's 25 Days of Deals event. Save big on daily deals for the whole home. Well, the Ravens right on the doorstep. They've got it at the Jacksonville 1. Second down and goal after that pass from Lamar Jackson to Isaiah Likely. Jackson rolling to his right after getting out of a sack, and then throwing it all the way back across the field to his left and Likely out-jumping two Jags defenders to come down with it. Gus Edwards picks up 3 yards on first down. And so now the Ravens at the 1. They're moving from right to left. It's on the far side right hash. Looking to get this back to a double-digit lead. Out of the huddle, Jackson goes under center. Edwards is the single back. Here's the snap. Handoff Edwards straight ahead. Walks to the end zone. Touchdown Ravens. A 1-yard touchdown run for Gus Edwards, his 11th touchdown run of the year, and the Ravens lead 16-7, 2 seconds into the fourth quarter.
You talk about when offensive linemen earn their money pass protecting the franchise quarterback. I tell you what, when you get inside the 1 or 2 yard line, their ability to move that much mass of human off the football, give someone like Gus Edwards a real hole to walk through. That was impressive offensive line play by the Baltimore Ravens.
Justin Tucker on for the extra point to make it a 10-point game. Tucker's kick is on the way, and it is good. And the Baltimore Ravens have a 17-7 lead over the Jacksonville Jaguars. Gus Edwards tied for 4th in the NFL in rushing touchdowns coming into the game. His first rushing touchdown in his last 3, and the Ravens back up by 10. Time to check the schedule of games coming up on Westwood 1, sponsored by Hulu Plus Live TV. Tomorrow night, the Eagles in Seattle to take on the Seahawks. Then on Thursday night, the Rams will host the Saints. On Saturday, Cincinnati is at Pittsburgh, and Buffalo is in L.A. to take on the Chargers. And then next Sunday night, it'll be the Patriots in Denver to face the Broncos. Hulu has live sports. Watch football games all season long with over 90 live channels. Get Hulu Plus Live TV today. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Access content from each service separately. And select ESPN Plus content via Hulu. Learn more at Hulu.com.
The Jags with a loss tonight. They fall right back into a position with the Indianapolis Colts and the Houston Texans, all at 8-6. Just 3 weeks ago, we were talking about that. They were actually the #1 overall seed when they kicked off that Monday night game against the Cincinnati Bengals.
Justin Tucker's kickoff is headed for the back of the end zone. Yeah, they would stay for the time being. They would stay atop the division. They would be that 4 seed. But you're right, Ryan. I mean, they were right there in the mix to be the top seed. They lose this game tonight, And we have to start talking about, are they even going to get into the playoffs? Because, I don't know, multiple teams are going to get in from the South or what, but, I mean, it becomes precarious for them all of a sudden with a third straight defeat.
It does. You look at the percentages that existed with the losses after Cincinnati, after Cleveland. It did drop a lot. Stayed in the 70s. Tonight, if they were to lose this game, they would drop all the way to 50% in terms of winning the AFC South. And that's a significant drop after where they were just 3 weeks ago.
Jaguars will start this drive at their own 25, 1st and 10. Lawrence in the gun with 2 receivers left, 2 tight ends right. Etienne is the running back off the Lawrence's right side. Trevor leans forward. Play clock down to 1. Got to get the snap off. Play clock hits 0. They let it go. Handoff Etienne running left. And Travis Etienne is grabbed from behind and brought down after a 1-yard gain to the 26-yard line. The Jaguars had to hurry to get that snap, and as soon as Etienne took the handoff, Marlon Humphrey was right on his back. It'll bring up 2nd down and 9.
Yeah, you made a good point there. The clock running down, Marlon Humphrey can see that as well. And then he can time up him getting off the line of scrimmage with the clock because he knows they have to get the snap off or get a penalty, and he was right there to take down Etienne in the backfield.
Trips left, 2 receivers right. Jaguars empty on 2nd and 9 from their own 26. Lawrence in the gun, gets the snap. He's back to pass, looks right, double clutches, throws right side. That one is caught by Ridley just shy of the 35. Humphrey again in coverage, made the tackle. It's going to be 3rd down, about 1.5 yards for Jacksonville. Clock moving, 14:08 to go in the game, 17-7, Ravens on top.
When they've had 3rd and short, they've been very good at getting the first down. What has made things difficult is when they've been further back, and that's usually the case. That's just math. They've been very good at this short yardage, picking up these first downs to extend drives to see if they can do it again.
3rd and 2, they go empty. 3 receivers left, including Etienne, 2 receivers to the right. Lawrence in the gun, gets the snap. Blitz coming. Lawrence throws over the middle, incomplete. He had Ingram just shy of the 40-yard line, but the throw was behind him. And Ingram kind of throwing his hands up in frustration. Patrick Queen applied the heat, and the Jaguars cannot convert on 3rd and 2. They'll punt it away.
Yeah, they bring the blitz. Evan Ingram runs the right route. The problem is the defensive tackle, he jumps back and is right in the throwing lane of Trevor Lawrence, and he tries to put it on his outside shoulder. It's the only place he could put it. Unfortunately, it goes incomplete.
Logan Cook with a high spiraling punt. Tylan Wallace signals for a fair catch, runs up, juggles it briefly, but hangs on right around the 24-25-yard line. And the Ravens will start there when we return with 13:32 remaining in the game. Ravens 17, Jaguars 7. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, football fans, this is Bob Papa.
And I'm Charlie Weiss.
The December playoff push is here, and Sirius XM NFL Radio's got you covered. We're breaking down all of the Week 15 action, including the Saturday triple-header.
Plus, a preview of the Monday Night Football matchup between the Eagles and the Seahawks.
Go inside the huddle with Airing It Out tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern on NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the Sirius XM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans.
Hey, it's Andy Cohen, and the Radio Andy Holiday Hangout with me and Amy Sedaris is back. Get Amy's one-of-a-kind crafting and gift advice for the holidays, like what to get it done.
Shower caps and raisins.
Need a gift for a college graduate? Or need advice on how to entertain the elderly?
Toss a balloon back and forth. Get those arms up and reach.
The Radio Andy Holiday Hangout throughout the weekend on Radio Andy, Sirius XM 102, or listen on the Sirius XM app.
Every week, Sunday Night Football is home to the NFL's biggest stars.
Leave everything out on this field.
It is going to be a show in the biggest games. Touchdown! Wow! On the biggest stage. Here we go. Primetime's #1 show.
That's what I'm talking about.
For a record 12 straight years.
It is showtime.
Sunday Night Football on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Throughout the 2023 season,
throws to the end zone, touchdown!
Each NFL team channel on the Sirius XM app will feature the team's pre- and post-game shows before and after every game. Get instant reaction, live interviews, and press conference audio.
Really fun night for us, just to watch those young guys compete.
Your favorite team's broadcast includes their pre- and post-game shows all season long on the Sirius XM app. All 32 team channels are also available in vehicles equipped with Sirius XM 360L radios.
Join us coming up on Saturday for a special NFL doubleheader. First is the Bengals taking on the Steelers, then the Bills and the Chargers. Doubleheader coverage begins at 4 p.m. Eastern on most of these same stations. Log on to westwood1sports.com for more details or to listen to the live stream for free. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One. I think we could say probably about both the Bengals and the Bills that reports of their demise have been greatly exaggerated. How about that Buffalo win today? Not just beating, but blowing out the Dallas Cowboys.
I mean, two of their most impressive wins this year against guys that are at the top of the league. They dominated Miami early in the year as well.
Ravens take over at their own 24 as they give to Keaton Mitchell, running right side, cuts it up outside the numbers across the 30, and he is just tripped up by Wingard at the 37. And is that Mitchell to turn?
Yeah, it's
it is Keaton Mitchell. Oh my goodness!
I've done that before. You hyperextend the leg, and it looks bad. A lot of times that it's more shocking than anything in the moment.
Let's hope that's all it is. The Ravens trainers are taking a look. 13:22 to go. We'll step aside. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at CDW.com.
Hulu has live sports. Watch your favorite football teams with over 90 live channels, including ABC, CBS, ESPN, Fox, NBC, and more. Plus, get access to Hulu's entire streaming library, filled with top shows, movies, and originals. With Hulu Plus Live TV, get access to Disney Plus and ESPN Plus, all in one plan. Say goodbye to extra cable fees and get all the sports and entertainment you need with Hulu Plus Live TV today. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Access content from each service separately and select ESPN Plus content via Hulu. Learn more at hulu.com.
The NFL and its players and teams are committed to advancing social justice through work that reduces barriers to opportunity and creates progress in police-community relations, criminal justice reform, education, and economic advancement. The NFL family works to highlight efforts across the league to inspire change in our communities and make progress on these issues. To learn more, visit NFL.com/inspirechange.
13:22 to go here in Jacksonville. Ravens lead 17-7. Keaton Mitchell was helped up. He could not put any weight on his leg. He was taken into the blue tent on the sideline. And Ryan, we'll keep a good thought for Keaton Mitchell. Talented young man. That did not look good on his right leg.
His foot just slid and it hyperextended. And all that body weight going forward and the knee going back. Not able to put any weight on it as he gets off the field. He's such a great story. His dad, of course, Anthony, who played fullback and played with the Baltimore Ravens. What a great rookie campaign so far.
First down and 10 from the 37. Here's a handoff to Justice Hill, who starts right, cuts back left along the hash marks and takes it across the 40 to the 42. Oluwakin with the tackle. 5-yard gain on that run for Justice Hill. And that'll bring up 2nd and 5. Mitchell has now been loaded onto a cart. And they are going to take him back to the locker room.
He had a smile on his face.
He did. Second down and 5 here for the Ravens. 2 receivers left and right. Jackson in the gun. Likely is slot to the right. He's had a heck of a night so far. Here's the snap. Jackson, quick throw, right side, caught by Likely out near the sideline. Likely leaning across the 45, dragging tacklers with him, dives, and he's close to a first down. But Likely was grabbed around the ankle by Monteric Brown and just kept hopping and leaning forward. They're going to say that he is just short. It's going to be third of the nose of the football for the Ravens, just shy of that 47.
Isaiah Likely, 6'4", 240 pounds. Has great athletic skill to make a guy miss and then be physical enough.
Well, now the Ravens going with the push play, and they've got the first down, but that was not Lamar Jackson that took the snap. Trying to see exactly who that was that ran up under center, took the snap, and went surging forward. Now flags down after the play, more pushing and shoving. There's 3 of them. Remember, we had a post-play penalty in the first half. The Ravens are saying this is going to go against Jacksonville. Charlie Kohler is the guy that took that snap and went surging ahead for the first down.
Man on the field, defense, 12 players, 5-yard penalty from the previous spot, first down.
Well, Charlie Kohler's saying, wait a minute. So I get a first down carry and you're going to wipe it out and take the penalty instead? Come on, Harbs.
I get my second catch of the year and it's not in the end zone? Come on. I think it's pretty funny, too, when every official finally counts them up.
Yes.
They all throw the flags.
They all came flying at the same time.
Oh, there's 12. There's 13. Let's go.
So move the football to the 48-yard line of Jacksonville. First down and 10. Jackson under center. 2 receivers left. Justice Hill is the single back. Handoff Hill running left outside the numbers. Turns the corner to the 45 down to the 40 and he scampers out of bounds. Close to a first down. Devin Lloyd ran him out. They'll mark him at the 40. It's a gain of 9. And that'll bring up second down and 1. Patrick Ricard, the fullback, was leading the way for Justice Hill.
You're going to run the football. That's what you do. You have the 10-point lead. You're the leading rushing team in all of the NFL. You send out the big fellas and Ricard, and he does a great job of getting and reaching Josh Allen. And then Devin Lloyd just doesn't set the edge, and Justice Hill gets outside him and picks up 8 yards.
165 yards rushing for the Ravens tonight. Here's the snap. Jackson's going to keep it. Running right, he's got room to go. The 35, outside the numbers 30, out to the sideline 25, and he's out of bounds. Jackson faked that handoff up inside to Gus Edwards, went around the right side. Odell Beckham sealed the edge. And Lamar Jackson with a nice game. They're going to mark him out at the 25-yard line.
I mean, it's zone read, and the idea that no one has the keep man in that situation when it's Lamar Jackson is untenable. You can't win football games going up against Lamar Jackson if you don't have somebody dedicated to him all night long.
15-yard gain, first and 10 Ravens. Here's the snap. Jackson's going to hand off to Edwards this time along the right hash to the 20. Cuts left to the 15. Inside the 10. Edwards diving down to the 5. It'll be first and goal. Rayshawn Jenkins saved the touchdown. And now that Ravens running game is rolling. 20 more yards. First and goal, Baltimore.
I mean, what this Duval County fan base is getting to see is just how you dominate and impose your will with the running game. It was the mindset early in the game to do that with Travis Etienne on the offensive side. They got away from it. Baltimore, it's their identity. They're never going to get away from it. It's what wins them division titles. It's what's going to put them in a situation to win a championship.
There was an injured Raven on the play. It's Ronnie Stanley, who again has been in and out of the lineup. And the trainers are walking him off to the sideline. COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer. So 200 yards on the ground for the Ravens tonight. Jackson 11 carries 76 yards. It's his 54th career game with 50 or more rushing yards. That ties Michael Vick for the most by a quarterback in NFL history. He also has set a new career high in passing yards tonight. 14 of 22 for 171. He's over 3,000 this season. First and goal, Ravens. Nose of the football just shy of the 5. Jackson in the gun. He's got Edwards to his right. 2 receivers stacked to the left. Ricard is a wing to the left. Jackson goes under center, takes the snap. He's back. Handoff Edwards. Bends it back to the right side between the hash marks. He's across the 5 to the 4-yard line. So a gain of a yard. Trayvon Walker on the tackle. Second down and goal coming up for Baltimore. 9:23 remaining in the game. 17-7. Ravens on top.
I was talking with Todd Monken before the game and just asking him, go from a 2-time defending national champion offensive coordinator to the NFL. And, he came before the whole contract thing was resolved with Lamar Jackson. So I asked him the question. I said, did you know? He's like, I had hope.
Second down and goal from the 4. Here's the snap. Jackson back, rolling right, under pressure, steps up, and he's sacked back around the 8. Jackson stepped up in the pocket, tried to duck under Adam Gotsis, but the 8th-year man out of Georgia Tech got just enough of him and brings Jackson down. It'll be 3rd and goal. But what a situation if you're Todd Monken coming in. Yeah, you're hoping you're going to have the 2019 NFL MVP back. But if not, boy, there's going to be a lot of question marks. But he got Lamar Jackson back, and it has been a success so far for this Ravens offense.
No, it really has. You know, where they're the best is when they use their tight ends and they run the football, and the addition of the great wide receiver play this year is just going to be a compliment when the playoffs start.
3rd and goal from the 7. Shotgun snap to Jackson. Back to pass, backpedaling, throws off his back foot, left side, incomplete. Tried to put enough air under that one for Rashad Bateman. He made a diving attempt in the near corner of the end zone, but that ball was just out of his reach, and that'll bring out Justin Tucker in the field goal team.
Darius Williams, the left cornerback, was in trail position all the way across the field. Great job by Lamar of putting air underneath it. Darius is just able to get out and get, I think, a fingertip on it before Bateman has a chance to catch it diving into the end zone.
So Justin Tucker out for a 26-yard field goal attempt. It'll come from the middle of the field. I feel like Tucker could make this with his eyes closed. Ott ready to snap it to Stout, who puts it down. The kick from Tucker is on the way. It's right down the middle. And the Ravens extend the lead to 20-7 with 8 minutes to go in the game. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 8 minutes to go, Ravens 20, Jags 7. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Screeching brakes? Safer stops? Start with Duralast. New Duralast brake pads and rotors provide longer life and more stopping power when replaced together. Duralast brake pads have reduced noise and corrosion resistance with a limited lifetime warranty. Duralast rotors are designed for quiet, safe stops and meet or exceed the performance of the original rotors on your vehicle. Find Duralast only at America's #1 brake destination, AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Selling online is a lot like football. You need guts. You need stamina. You need conversions. Touchdown! And Shopify is the best converting checkout on the planet. Now, we're not just talking 2-point conversions. Shopify's checkout converts up to 36% better than other leading e-commerce platforms. So whether you're just starting out or scaling up, score more sales with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
Scott Graham from our Westwood 1 studios. Look at the Week 15 scoreboard. Buffalo beats Dallas today 31-10. Despite that, Dallas clinches the playoffs, as do the Philadelphia Eagles, who play tomorrow on Monday Night Football. Miami shut out the New York Jets today 30-0. It was Kansas City beating New England 27-17. Cleveland hangs on against Chicago, beats the Bears 20-17. In overtime, on the final play, Houston gets a 54-yard field goal for the win over Tennessee at Nissan Stadium. San Francisco clinches the NFC West. They beat Arizona out in the desert today. Tampa Bay over Green Bay 34-20. The Rams are now in the playoffs that they began today. They beat Washington in LA today 28-20. New Orleans over the New York Giants 24-6. And it was Carolina getting their second win of the year. A field goal as time expired to beat Atlanta 9-7. We'll have all the details on those games, highlights, and post-game reaction coming up when this one is done. Let's get you back to Jacksonville now. Ryan Radke and Ryan Leaf.
All right, Scott, 8 minutes to go here in Jacksonville. The Ravens with a 20-7 lead after that 26-yard field goal by Justin Tucker. You know, Ryan, we were talking about if Jacksonville loses this game, yes, they would still technically be in first place in the South, but, you know, Scott just mentioned, how about the Houston Texans today? No C.J. Stroud, get behind early, come back, find a way to win. I mean, can we say Coach of the Year for DeMeco Ryans? What a job he has done with that team.
You know, when you find the right fit and the right quarterback comes along in that situation, the defense had gotten better. Jalen Petrie a year ago, then stepping into what DeMeco Ryans brings to the table. This team is the team, I think, that you may look at it and go, if they don't make it to the playoffs, actually, you would maybe look at what Houston did this year as a bit of a disappointment. So I think they're right there when C.J. Stroud comes back.
Justin Tucker with a low kickoff, bounces outside the 15. It rolls all the way into the end zone. And the ball will come out to the 25. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
Get daily football news on the players and teams that matter to you on Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the Sirius XM app.
Ryan Radke, Ryan Leaf here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Everbank Stadium. For the ones who get it done, there's Grainger, offering over 1 million industrial-grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. First and 10 from the 25. Lawrence under center with receivers left and right. Here's the snap. Lawrence back on a play fake, rolling to his right. Looking down the field, Lawrence is going to go deep down the right side for Zay Jones, who had broke off his route and is grabbing at his hamstring. The pass is incomplete, and Jones is hurt. Marlon Humphrey was in coverage. Jones had stopped running, and he's grabbing at his hamstring. He gets up and is limping back toward the Jacksonville bench. And, boy, that's the last thing the Jags want to see. Already without Christian Kirk, very thin at the wide receiver spot. And now Zay Jones has come up gimpy after that one.
Yeah, the hits keep coming. And 17 games, 18 weeks. It's an arduous journey in the NFL, and sometimes just staying healthy and being lucky is part of the equation.
Shotgun snap. Lawrence fakes the handoff. Back to throw. Under pressure. Throws down the middle. Incomplete. Way over the head of Ridley. And now it'll be a 3rd down and 10.
You know, they haven't necessarily got him to the ground tonight, but there's been constant pressure around the feet of Trevor Lawrence. And when that happens, you don't necessarily come over the top every single time, pull that arm down, and the ball flies on you a little bit. And we've seen it a few times tonight from the young quarterback.
Pressured 26 times a week ago in that loss in Cleveland. 3rd down and 10 for the 25. Lawrence in the gun, twin receivers left and right. Here's the snap. Lawrence back to pass, looking, under pressure, wrapped up, spins away, moves to his left, hit again, the ball is out. There's a pile at the 20-yard line. And the Ravens have recovered. The Ravens turn the Jaguars over again, sacking Trevor Lawrence and recovering the fumble at the 20. Patrick Queen is the man that recovered it for the Ravens. It looked like Justin Matabike that knocked it out, and the Ravens will take over.
Matabike, the great defensive end tackle out of Texas A&M. He's ripping him and turning around. And Jadeveon Clowney's right there to kind of swat it away, and that's his 20th fumble over the last 3 years, the most in the NFL by far. And by far, I mean by 6 more than anybody else.
Well, and for Justin Matabike, that's some NFL history. That's his 11th consecutive game with at least a half sack. Ties the NFL record. Trey Hendrickson was the last guy to do it a couple of years ago for Cincinnati. 2 receivers left. Jackson under center. Ball at the 19. 1st and 10. Here's a handoff, and Edwards off the left side gets upended at the line of scrimmage. And that'll bring up 2nd and 10. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on Fox next Sunday when the Dallas Cowboys meet the Miami Dolphins. Check your local listings for more details. Catch the NFL on Fox. But how about that, Ryan? 11 straight games with at least a half a sack for Justin Matabike, a guy who came into this year, in his first 3 years in the league, he had 8.5 sacks combined. This year, he's got 12.
You know, you get comfortable with your defensive coordinator, what Mike McDonald is going to ask you to do, and that 3-4 look puts him in a little bit of a different position than it did in past defenses.
Here's a handoff to Edwards, runs right, cuts it back left. And he's down to about the 17, maybe the 16-yard line. Wingard on the tackle. That'll go as a gain of about 3 and bring up a 3rd and 7 now with that clock still rolling. 6:39, 6:38 to go. Ravens right now in firm control, up 20-7. Well, you know they would love to get a first down here and keep this clock rolling a little bit more.
Lamar Jackson has been tremendous throughout his career on the road. 26-9 in his career as a starting quarterback on the road in the NFL.
Win tonight would make him 56-19 overall as a starter.
I know. It's incredibly impressive.
2 receivers right, single man left, shotgun snap to Jackson, back to throw, fade, left side for Beckham. That's incomplete. Overthrown. Brown was in coverage against OBJ. And so the Ravens go 3 and out. Justin Tucker will come on to try to add his 3rd field goal of the night and make it a 23-7 game.
The only difference in that conversation about winning games is the starting quarterback. is that he's 1-3 in the playoffs. And that is the difference, and that's what they want to change. And next week's going to be a heck of a test, right? They're going to go to San Francisco. Some people are calling it a Super Bowl preview. On the road, where he's been great throughout his career.
Tucker has been good from 43 and 26. This one will be from 34. And the kick is on the way. It is good. Justin Tucker hits for the third time tonight, and the Ravens lead is 23-7. 6:01 remaining here in Jacksonville. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm Personal Price Plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this voicemail from Leah.
Jake from State Farm. Listen, so sometimes I like to nibble on licorice and pretend I'm a teeny mouse, chewing through wires.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm Personal Price Plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
If you can't get to a radio to hear us each week, you can listen online to any and every football game we broadcast this season for free by going to our website, westwoodonesports.com. Agnew's going to take the kick 6 yards deep in the end zone. He's coming out to the 5, down to the 10, 15 to the 20, up across the 25, over the 30. And Jamal Agnew out to about the 32, maybe the 33-yard line. A reminder to stay with us for the Sunday Night Football post-game report. We'll recap the highlights and stats from tonight's game, plus you'll hear from a member of the winning team. And Scott Graham will once again have scores and highlights from around the league. That's all coming up after the game. Now, Ryan, the importance of Jacksonville holding Baltimore to a field goal there, it's a 16-point game, so 2 touchdowns, 2 two-point conversions. They can tie this thing up. Still time left, 5:55 to go. Jags have all 3 timeouts. They'll start from their own 32, 1st and 10. Lawrence in the gun with Etienne to his right side. Here's the snap. Lawrence back to pass. Screen left side for Etienne. He's got it on the numbers. Hit immediately. And he's taken down right at the line of scrimmage by Jadeveon Clowney.
I mean, the way that this Ravens defense continues to fly around up this big, 23-7 in this game. Jadeveon Clowney comes from the total opposite side of the play and gets to Etienne and gets him to the ground.
No gain on the play, 2nd down and 10. Shotgun snap to Lawrence. He's back to pass, looking, steps up in the pocket, throws over the middle, caught by Etienne, takes it across the 40, and he's out to about the 43. That'll be good enough for a 1st down. Jalen Armour-Davis, second-year corner out of Alabama, made the tackle. Gain of 11, a 1st down, and now a stoppage as Armour-Davis is hurt. So the training staff will come out to have a look at him. Ravens did activate Pepe Williams off of IR this week, but he was inactive for the game tonight. Rock Yassin, the veteran corner, also inactive. And Jalen Armour-Davis hops up. He's actually going to jog off to the Ravens sideline. Coming up tomorrow, the Philadelphia Eagles face the Seattle Seahawks. Join the great Kevin Harlan, the Hall of Famer Kurt Warner for all the action. Pre-game coverage with NFL Network's Rich Eisen kicks off at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on most of these same stations. Log on to WestwoodOneSports.com for more details or to listen to the live stream for free. If it's Monday Night Football, it's on Westwood One. Jalen Hurts questionable for that game tomorrow night. Illness, which apparently got a little worse overnight, traveled separately from the team out to Seattle. 1st down and 10, Jacksonville. 5 minutes to go in the game. Shotgun snap to Lawrence. He's back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Lawrence will tuck it and run across the 45. Angles left to the 50. Takes a shot from Roquan Smith, but stays on his feet. Then is grabbed and thrown backwards in Baltimore territory at the 44.
He took a shot, a little forearm shiver to the head or neck area from Roquan Smith there.
And Trevor Lawrence is a big dude, 6'6", 230. He was able to fend that one off. Here's the shotgun snap. Lawrence back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Moving to his left. Flips his hips. Throws down the field incomplete. In the area of Parker Washington. And that'll bring up a 2nd down and 10. That was a 13-yard scramble for Lawrence on that last run.
You brought up the Jalen Hurts scenario. Well, that game became even more important tomorrow night as Dallas got beat today. That's for the NFC East, and it's a huge difference if Philadelphia has to go on the road all through the playoffs than rather having at least a game or two possibly at home in the NFC.
Slot right, single man left, second down and 10. Lawrence takes the shotgun snap. He's back to pass, looks right, throws right, incomplete. One hop, Calvin Ridley. Marlon Humphrey was in coverage. And now a third and 10 coming up with 4:23 remaining on the clock. 23-7, Ravens have the lead.
The Jags receivers just, and it's been like this for most of the night, they just have a hard time getting open. Calvin Ridley, Marlon Humphrey not knowing that they're going to be trying to go down deep, can stand at the sticks and make a play like that. It's difficult. Trevor Lawrence is going to have to come up with a big play.
Jags go empty on 3rd and 10. Lawrence in the gun, takes the snap, back to pass, throws right side. Washington makes the catch inside the 40 at the 38. Shy of the first down, touchdown by Arthur Millette. That'll bring up 4th down and 4 after a gain of 6, and the Jaguars have to go for it here. Clock continues to run, 4:07, 4:06 to go. Jaguars need this to keep their hopes alive. 2 receivers left and right. Lawrence in the gun. Here's the snap. Lawrence back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Running to his left. He's going to take off. He's got the first down across the 30, and he scampers out of bounds on the far side at the 25. So Trevor Lawrence showing there's more than one quarterback who can run in this game tonight. Takes off to an open left side of the field and picks up 13.
Ultimately, this is what will help make him such a great quarterback in this league. His arm strength, his intelligence, and the ability to be that big and run the football the way he does. You watch Patrick Mahomes every week on 3rd down. Half the time he picks up first downs with his feet. That's a difference maker if you're a quarterback that can get that done.
From the Ravens 25, 1st and 10, shotgun snap. Lawrence back to pass, looking, throws deep down the middle of the field. It's incomplete. Tried to fit that one into Ridley in the end zone. He got it between the defenders, but Ridley could not hang on as he tried to make a diving catch. And that'll bring up 2nd and 10. By the way, the word on Zay Jones from the Jaguars, hamstring injury, questionable to return. I would say questionable is optimistic because Jones is standing down on the sideline with a beanie on. His helmet is nowhere to be found.
Kyle Hamilton, I can't get over how the young man, so big, so lanky, can turn and run the way he does.
2nd down and 10, trips right, single man left. Lawrence gets the shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Lawrence looking, spins out to his left, chased by Clowney. Lawrence going to run again. He's across the 20. He's to the 15, and he's out of bounds with a first down. Clock stops with 3:40 to go. They'll mark Trevor Lawrence out at the 13-yard line. And another first down for Jacksonville. Those slim hopes remaining alive here on the legs of Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, the optimism was dripping here in the booth from you, Ryan, a little earlier. So I think that's matriculated its way down to the sideline right now.
I'll tell you, Trevor Lawrence, this is Trevor Lawrence at his best. We really haven't seen him run a lot tonight, Ryan, but he's doing it here when they absolutely need it.
And I think the defense was doing a better job of containing, and he's able to exploit that here this last drive.
Shotgun snap. Lawrence throws right side on a slant, and that's incomplete. Through the hands of Elijah Cooks, the rookie out of San Jose State, who does not have a catch this year. We talked about the Jags are not deep at the wide receiver spot, Ryan. So with Zay Jones out, you get Elijah Cooks in there, some inexperienced guys, and that's a catch that's got to be made. It was a perfect throw right on his hands.
It was. Parker Washington, of course, stepped in a little bit last week because of the loss with Christian Kirk, but then you take Zay Jones out, and now it's the only name on that list is Calvin Ridley. The other one you really have to take advantage of is Evan Ingram, who's the leading receiver on this football team.
2nd down 10. Lawrence in the gun, gets the snap. He's back to pass. Looking, floats it, end zone. It is incomplete. Ridley made the catch, but they say he bobbled it in the back of the end zone. Hamilton was in coverage. It'll be 3rd and 10. We'll get a look at the replay here and see, Ryan. Calvin Ridley had it, knee hit, but juggled it, and they say he was out of bounds.
We're going to have to take a look at this one here. It's tipped. Kyle Hamilton, once again, is where he's supposed to be. He tips it with his right hand. The ball then enters Ridley. I do think probably when he fully has control, his right hip's on the out-of-bounds marker.
Doug Peterson's thrown the challenge flag. They're going to take a look.
I mean, you have to. You have to take a chance on it here. Time running out. Timeouts aren't necessarily Or they could become incredibly important, but
Jacksonville is challenging the ruling on the field of an incomplete pass. The play is under review.
This Close Shave Instant Replay Review is sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol Shaving Cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
You know, looking at the monitor right now, when he has control, when they pause it, you could make the argument that when he has control, at the officials in the way in one look, but the overhead look that we're looking at right now makes me see when they pause it, his right knee is still in play when he has control of it there against his chest. His hand comes off it as he falls, though, and that may ultimately be the indisputable evidence.
As the great John Madden taught us, one knee equals 2 feet.
Or one butt cheek, right?
Yeah, either way. I see what you're saying, Ryan, where you can make the argument that his right knee is down with control before that hip and butt cheek hit the ground. This is really close.
We get the luxury, of course, of pausing it when it happens.
You can absolutely see why the official in the back of the end zone made the call he made. And this might be one of those where the call on the field, which was incomplete pass, could influence what happens here. I don't know that we've seen enough to definitively say that he had control.
Yeah, I think that's the best point. You know, 90% of the time it comes down to what the call is on the field, ultimately, because you can't see something that...
After review, the ruling on the field stands incomplete pass. Jacksonville will be charged with their first timeout of the second half and their first challenge.
It's just so close. Yeah. Was that hip in the air or was it down? And I think ultimately they say we didn't see enough to overturn, so it stands.
And the difference in that right there was Kyle Hamilton. He tips the ball. If he doesn't tip it, it's an easy touchdown for the Jags.
Trips right, single man left. Lawrence in the gun on 3rd and 10 from the 13. Here's the snap. Lawrence back, looks right, throws right. That's caught just shy of the 5 and then dropped. Marlon Humphrey knocked it away from Calvin Ridley. And now it's going to be 4th down. And again, the Jags have to go for it, down 16 with 3:24 to go. Excellent play by Humphrey to dislodge that ball from Calvin Ridley at about the 5.
And there has to be some, intention there from Calvin Ridley to go and grab the ball with his hands. He just kind of lets it come to his body, which allows Marlon Humphrey just to, explode through him physically. And
well, here we go again. Maybe another last chance for Jacksonville. And we've got whistles. I think Baltimore took a timeout.
First charge, team timeout, Baltimore, 30 seconds.
Well, the Ravens want to make sure they've got their defense set properly for this 4th down play. Stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by AutoZone. All season long, you can listen to our broadcast of the NFL live on WestwoodOneSports.com, on the NFL app, by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports, or on our affiliate stations' digital platforms. Make AutoZone your end zone. Check engine light on. Get a check with a free AutoZone Fix Finder service. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Restrictions apply. All right, what do you like here, Ryan? 4th down. Jaguars need this to keep their hopes alive.
I like their most reliable receiver, who they haven't been able to connect with for a while now. I get Evan Ingram on a 1-to-1 matchup if they can. If I'm Baltimore, I'm double teaming him, not allowing that to happen. But he's lined up on the left side of the line of scrimmage on standing up.
Jaguars need at least a 3 for a first down. 4th down and 10 for the 13. Shotgun snap. Lawrence is back. Lawrence looking. Lawrence throws to the end zone. Incomplete. In the direction of Ingram. Coverage by Brandon Stevens. And with 3:19 to go, the Ravens will take over. Roquan Smith is waving goodbye to the crowd as he walks off the field. Ravens get the ball back with a 16-point lead.
He got the matchup he wanted. It was one-on-one with Brandon Stevens, but the route wasn't great. And he just had to make a throw to try to make a throw because it was 4th down, and unfortunately it falls harmlessly to the ground, and Baltimore now has a chance to end this game and put themselves firmly back in position of the number 1 overall seed as they head to San Francisco next week.
Well, the Jaguars have a couple of timeouts. They lost one on a failed challenge. But with 3:19 to go, the Jags now need a turnover. They have caused one tonight. Coming in, they were tied with Denver for the most in the league. Here's a handoff to Gus Edwards on first down. Runs right side toward the numbers, and Edwards gets banged down around the 19. Late flag is thrown in. Ravens are trying to say that Edwards took a hit to the head as he went down. Let's see about the marker, which came right at the end of the play.
Yeah, that's what they're going to call.
Personal foul. Defense, unnecessary roughness, number 20. 15-yard penalty added to the dead ball spot. Automatic first down.
Well, that's Daniel Thomas, who had that great special teams tackle earlier. And the few fans that were remaining here in Jacksonville have started to make their way to the exits. This place emptied out in a hurry, and it is emptying further now. Even some of the Ravens fans are starting to head to the parking lot. So moving ahead to the 33, 1st and 10. Two receivers left, pistol formation. Justice Hill is the running back. Flowers in motion from left to right. Handoff to Hill, runs along the right hash as he crosses the 35, and he spins his way close to the 40-yard line. Wingard and Jenkins combined together on the tackle. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on NBC next Saturday afternoon when the Bengals take on the Steelers. Of course, you can also hear that game right here on many of these same stations on the NFL app or online at westwood1sports.com. Jacksonville took a timeout, so they have one left. Clock stop with 3:06 to go. They mark the ball at the 39-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 4 coming up for the Ravens. With a win tonight, Baltimore will go to 11-3. You mentioned the game they have coming up next week. They'll be in San Francisco Monday night, Christmas night. So they're having a long trip all the way across the country and on Christmas to take on maybe the best team in the league, the 49ers. And it doesn't get easier after that. They go back home, but then they got Miami and Pittsburgh coming in. Here's the snap. Handoff to Hill. Hill between the hash marks takes it across the 41 to the 42. Yard shy of the first down. And the Jaguars will take their final timeout with 3:02 to go. So this is a nice win for the Ravens tonight, and yet still, they really can't take a deep breath. Still a lot of work to be done for this team.
Yeah, but they're gonna enjoy what they were able to accomplish tonight. The San Francisco game is what it is. It's an NFC opponent. It's not a game that's going to dictate whether they get, the number 1 overall seed in the AFC. That game with Miami ultimately is. It's going to be in Buffalo. You're going to have to ask Miami to travel. Weather's probably going to be difficult. Then they get the divisional opponent in Pittsburgh to end the season. I don't have a lot of faith in Pittsburgh, but it really doesn't matter when it comes to those two teams. That one always is a fall down, drag out kind of matchup.
So 3rd down, about 1.5 yards. Jackson under center, takes the snap. Jackson's going to keep it. Running left, all kinds of room. 1st down to the 45 to the 50, 45-40. Jackson cuts back to the right, covers up the football, and is finally taken down around the Jaguars' 37. Wingard made the stop, but you can put it in the books now. The Baltimore Ravens will get another win in prime time as they've got a 1st and 10, clock moving, 2:38 to go, leading by a score of 23-7. And Lamar Jackson cements it with that 1st down run.
I think it gets him over 100 yards there, too, rushing the football.
21-yard gain for Jackson.
Or maybe just short.
Yeah, just shy. He's at 97 yards right now. Jackson goes under center, takes the snap. He'll hand off to Edwards. Edwards straight ahead. And he takes it to the 35-yard line. Gain of a couple. Clock running down will take us to the 2-minute warning now, as the Ravens will have a 2nd down and 8 and a 23-7 lead. 2-minute warning here in Jacksonville. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
The YMCA is just a starting line, for the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick below the surface. Y is the before work hustle, an after school home, a section of my block, the corner to call my own. With my Y, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. It's a million faces in a mirror, and everyone belongs. Find your Y. Join today at ymca.org for a better us.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon and other Apple gifts. Time's running out.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone in any condition for a great deal on the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium and iPad and Apple Watch SE with unlimited Ultimate. Additional terms and conditions apply. Act now. Visit Verizon.com.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Jackson hands off to Gus Edwards on second down. Edwards takes it off the left side inside the 35 to the 33 before he slips down. Jeremiah Ledbetter touched him down. So a gain of a couple. Clock continues to run down to 100 seconds remaining. Ravens leading by a score of 23-7. And the Ravens will be content to watch this play clock just melt down as they get back in the huddle. Slowly make their way to the line of scrimmage here. Jackson will let it run all the way down before he snaps it. Pistol formation. Edwards is the back. Two receivers left. Ricard is a wingback to the left. Tylan Wallace in motion to the right. Here's the snap. Handoff Edwards running off the right side. Edwards to the 30. And he will be dropped right there. The Jags cannot stop the clock. That'll bring up fourth down. Tune in to watch all the excitement of the NFL next Sunday on CBS. Check your local listings for games and times in your area. Catch the NFL on CBS. So with the ball at the 30, it's fourth down and 3. The Ravens can just run this all the way down. It looks like that's what they're going to do, and then maybe call a timeout. And then they can just run one more play to try to get a first down and officially put this in the books. John Harbaugh standing next to the official over on the far side with 9 seconds showing on the play clock.
With this win, too, Baltimore will be the first AFC team to clinch a playoff spot. It's a big deal. Lamar Jackson available in December. New contract. Team seems revitalized. John Harbaugh's just continued to be incredibly good at his job each and every year.
Has done a remarkable job here. Over in the NFC, meanwhile, 49ers, Cowboys, Eagles, all of their playoff spots sewn up. Ravens will sew up their spot tonight and stay atop the AFC, that number 1 seed. Of course, only the number 1 seed gets that bye. Ravens have only been the number 1 seed one time in their history. It was in 2019, and it didn't work out well. They lost to Tennessee in the divisional round that year, but they would like another shot at that number 1 seed. Here's the snap, handoff to Edwards, running off the right side, leading, and he's got the first down. Edwards takes it down to the 26-yard line. It's a first down for the Ravens, and that'll do it. The Baltimore Ravens officially clinch a playoff berth as they come to Jacksonville on Sunday Night Football and score a 23-7 win. The Ravens go to 11-3. They remain the number 1 seed in the AFC. Jacksonville, meanwhile, suffers a 3rd straight defeat, and the Jaguars fall to 8-6. Baltimore 23, Jacksonville 7. That's your final tonight on Sunday Night Football. Now, the Jaguars waited a long time, Ryan, to host Sunday Night Football. Moved the ball well in the first half, but could not finish drives. And the Ravens, meanwhile, they did what they do. Ran the ball very effectively. Their defense was terrific, and they get the win tonight to go to 11-3.
And then when they do execute and they do make that splash play to start the second half, the defense responded once again. Over the next 3 drives, they only had 9 plays for -7 yards. So the defense showed up after giving up that touchdown to start the second half. That was a big reason. This was a full team effort every way you look, and they have one of the most complete teams in all of football.
The Ravens end up with 396 yards of offense tonight, 251 of them on the ground. I don't know why the Ravens are a great road team. This moves them now to 6-1 on the road this year. They average 150 yards rushing per game on the road, 251 tonight, and a +8 turnover margin. You do those kind of things away from home, you're going to be successful.
Yeah, you just, like I talked about earlier, you suck the oxygen out of the room. I mean, the fans can't get on their feet when, you know, your team's picking up 7-8 yards a chunk, and it just, in this day and age of throwing the ball all over the field, people just kind of get lulled to sleep a little bit, except for the team that's doing it when they're pounding the rock and imposing their will on you.
The Ravens had not 1, but 2 different rushers tonight average more than 8 yards per carry. Lamar Jackson, 12 carries, 97 yards, 8.1 a carry. Keaton Mitchell, who unfortunately got hurt, and we hope the best for him. 9 carries, 73 yards, 8.1 yards per carry. Jackson, by the way, also throwing it, 14 to 24, 171 yards, a touchdown and a pick. We talked about it throughout the night. You can play him the right way and still get beat, and I think that was the case a lot of times for the Jags tonight.
Yeah, that's what makes him an anomaly, is his ability to do things that other guys can't, and it was a huge reason why Baltimore had to get him signed this offseason, make him their franchise quarterback, because with what Todd Monken brings to the table, I do believe that was the huge difference maker this offseason and what's going to allow this team, to the point you made about being the number 1 overall seed in 2019, you dictated, and Tennessee did. They turned them into a one-dimensional team, and Lamar couldn't make the throws in that game. Well, guess what? If you want to try to figure out that way to do it this year, he has the receivers. He has the ability to do it from inside the pocket. This team's going to be a real tough out for anybody, especially if they have to go through Baltimore.
You know, this is the time of the year where we hear a lot about injuries and who's not available and, oh, my team doesn't have this guy. Look, the Ravens lose Mark Andrews a couple of weeks ago, and everybody's thinking, what is this going to do to their offense? They just keep winning games. They just keep finding ways to win, even without that guy out there for them.
Well, I think they knew what they had in Isaiah Likely. It's the reason why they went and drafted him when you have one of the best tight ends in all of football already there. The injury this year, unfortunate, yes, but, I mean, Isaiah Likely has stepped up, and Lamar Jackson has trust in him. For a second-year guy, he has trust in him, and he's willing to go to him in difficult and important situations, and they've made the most of it since Mark Andrews was off the field. I will say this, too. Mark does a tremendous job. He's there. He's counseling. He's been around trying to help this team be the best possible versions of themselves they can be.
Likely had 5 catches for 70 yards and a touchdown in the ball game tonight. Rashad Bateman had 3 catches for 39 yards. Meanwhile, on the other side, Trevor Lawrence went 25 of 43, 264 yards and a touchdown for Jacksonville as the Jaguars suffer a 3rd consecutive defeat, and they fall to 8-6 on the season. Let's go down to the field where Ravens safety Kyle Hamilton joins us. Kyle, Ryan Radke, Ryan Leaf upstairs in the booth. I'll tell you what, for a guy that was questionable to play, you didn't look questionable out there tonight. Your defense was great. What were you guys able to do to slow down this Jaguars offense?
Yeah, I mean, they're a potent offense, and, they had some big plays, but I think it's all our mental, honestly. We've been through a lot of adversity this year. We've had our ups and downs just like everybody else, but I feel like we handled it very well tonight. We stepped up at the end, and, guys is all around the field making plays.
Kyle, Coach Mike McDonald asks you to do a ton of things, especially at the line of scrimmage. As a player, how does that excite you each and every week, knowing that you're going to be in the game plan, doing things that you don't usually see 6'4" safeties doing at this level?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it because it's a lot of trust first and foremost for me to be doing what I'm doing. But I mean, it's credit to them, man. It goes both ways. They put me in good places, a good position to make plays, and be the best player I can be and assist others as well. I mean, that's the story of our whole defense, top to bottom. It's just guys sacrificing, guys making plays. So it's a fun team to be part of.
It sure looks like it. We'll let you go right after this. Defense travels, rushing game travels. You have one of the best defenses in all football. You rush the ball well. You head to San Francisco next week. You celebrate this one, but it's got to be pretty exciting to go up against some of the best in the league next weekend.
Yeah, definitely. On Christmas Day, too. It's a dream of mine to be able to play on Christmas Day, whether it's NBA or NFL. Just so happen to be NFL, so we'll take it. But it's going to be fun playing against them. They got a great team. It's going to be a fun week preparation. Go out there and hopefully get a dub.
Well, you'll be out in the Bay Area. We'll see if we can hook you up with a one-on-one with Steph while you're out there. How about that?
Yeah, I'm going to need some help, maybe a 2-on-1. Somebody I need to set a screen for me or something.
Kyle, congratulations on the win. Thanks very much. We'll see you next week in San Francisco.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Kyle Hamilton, Ravens safety. He has been terrific all year long, and I say he was questionable to play this week with that knee injury. He looked really good tonight. So did the Baltimore Ravens as they beat the Jacksonville Jaguars by a score of 23-7. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our studios with the postgame report. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Need to hire? Don't let the transfer market send you into overtime. Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps employers source, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. When you post a sponsored job, you get access to a large pool of quality candidates who have uploaded a resume to Indeed. You can then review their profiles to make sure they meet your must-have requirements. Make the hiring process work for you. Log in and get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
Don't miss out on new deals every day at Lowe's. Right now, get can't-miss deals on appliances. Get up to 30% off. Plus, save up to an extra $750 on select major appliances. And buy now, pay later with Lowe's Pay to help balance your budget. Because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/20. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Subject to credit approval.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Ooh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios following Sunday Night Football tonight at Everbank Stadium between the Baltimore Ravens and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Number 1 seed in the AFC, Ravens trying to wrap up a playoff spot. The Jags, a number 4 seed, and just a half-game lead over Indy coming into the night tonight. Home field advantage, sure, but the Jags came into this game 2-4 this year at Everbank Stadium, 4-1 on the road, and 2-0 in London. How would this one play itself out? Well, each team only had a pair of possessions in the first quarter of this ball game because both teams did a pretty decent job of controlling the football. Justin Tucker hit on a 43-yard field goal for Baltimore off their opening possession for a 3-0 lead. Second possession for the Jags in the first quarter resulted in a missed field goal. Brandon McManus hitting one off the upright, and the game remained at 3-0. Now, the next time that they got the football back, the Jags drove again, and McManus tried again, this time from 55 yards away. And he ended up pulling it wide to the left. So 2 tries in Baltimore territory to at least tie the game, and the Jaguars came up empty. But the Jags got themselves an interception, and they drove the ball into Baltimore territory once again on a 10-play drive, getting 37 yards before Trevor Lawrence fumbled the football away. This was not going the way of the Jags at all. 3 different trips into Baltimore territory to this point, and no points. Ravens still had themselves a 3-0 lead, but they were about to expand on that with a 13-play drive, beginning in their own territory, going 60 yards. It took 4.5 minutes off the clock. Lamar Jackson went to a guy who's becoming a big part of what this team does through the air.
Jackson in the gun, gets the snap, fakes the handoff, back to pass, fires down the middle, that's caught, touchdown Baltimore! Isaiah Likely makes the catch in the end zone, his second touchdown catch of the year, and the Ravens find 6. 1:12 to go in the first half. 9-0 Baltimore on the 16-yard touchdown from Jackson to Likely.
Kid from Coastal Carolina is learning while he plays at that position. Tucker's extra point was good, and it was a 10-0 ball game with just a minute 12 left to go till halftime. But again, the Jacksonville Jaguars showed the ability to get down the field, and get down it they did. They had another opportunity with no timeouts remaining, but a great opportunity to get the ball into the end zone or at least score points before halftime. Even that got away.
Ingram a wing on the left side of the line. Lawrence gets the shotgun snap. Back to pass, looking left, going deep, left side. Zay Jones again. This time makes the catch. A leaping grab at the 5-yard line. Stevens was in coverage. Jags hustling to the ball. 17, 16, 15, 36-yard pickup. Lawrence in the gun. Twin receivers left and right. Here's the snap. Quick throw left side. Cut by Washington. And Washington tackled inbounds. The half is going to run out. Washington trying to get the ball to the official, but it's triple zeros, and the half is over. The crowd is booing in Jacksonville, and the Jags do not get another playoff. That's how the half ends, with the Ravens leading 10-0.
4 possessions in Baltimore territory. No points in the half for the Jags. A 10-0 lead for the Ravens at halftime. Jacksonville finally figured out a way to get over that hump in the third quarter of this ball game. They went 88 yards, but this time it only took them 5 plays, and the last 65 of them turned into the longest touchdown pass that Trevor Lawrence has thrown.
Lawrence under center for one of the rare times tonight. Takes the snap. He's back on a play fake. Lawrence looking to his left. He's going to go deep down the left side. Agnew wide open. He's got it to 30. 25-20. Cuts right 15. Inside the 10. Agnew to the 5. Jumping into the end zone. Touchdown Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence with a short roll to the right, went back across the field to Agnew, a 65-yard touchdown, and with 7:15 to go in the third, the Jags are on the board. They trail the Ravens 10-6.
Midway through the third quarter, Jacksonville finally breaks through. McManus hit on the extra point, so a 10-7 ball game. We've got ourselves a good one. But the Ravens showed the ability to move the football all night, the ability to run the football all night, running for 251 yards. Even when they weren't running the ball late in the third quarter, they were figuring out a way to keep plays alive and make things pretty spectacular. They got close near the end of the third quarter with our Wrangler jeans highlight of the game.
Jackson gets the snap. He's back to pass. Jackson looking, hit, gets away, spins to his right, backpedaling, being chased, throws deep down the left side into coverage, jump ball, and it's caught! It's caught at the 5 by Likely. Lamar Jackson throws it up for grabs, and Likely out-jumps the defense to bring it down. It'll be 1st and goal.
Terrific catch, but still don't know how Lamar Jackson got away. That's the highlight of the game. Sponsored by Wrangler. 75 years of history and still blazing trails. Check out Wrangler.com today to discover new styles and all the latest denim trends. Wrangler for the ride of life. That led to a Gus Edwards 1-yard touchdown run to begin the fourth quarter. Justin Tucker hit the extra point. It was a 10-point ball game again. And then there were opportunities once again for Jacksonville. But again, they struggled all night in trying to figure out a way to hold on to the football. That became a problem in a big way that ultimately, after Justin Tucker had hit on a 26-yard field goal to expand the lead to 20-7, Jags had the chance to move down the field once again, but couldn't hang on.
3rd down and 10 for the 25. Lawrence in the gun, twin receivers left and right. Here's the snap. Lawrence back to pass, looking, under pressure, wrapped up, spins away, moves to his left, hit again, the ball is out. There's a pile at the 20-yard line, and the Ravens have recovered. The Ravens turn the Jaguars over again, sacking Trevor Lawrence and recovering the fumble at the 20. Patrick Queen is the man that recovered it for the Ravens. It looked like Justin Matabike that knocked it out, and the Ravens will take over.
2 fumbles for Trevor Lawrence lost on the night. Baltimore didn't do much with that possession. They didn't have to. Justin Tucker hit another field goal from 34 yards out to stretch it to a 23-7 game. Now you got a 16-point ball game, and Jacksonville needs to get a lot done, and they've got to get it done quickly. They got to the doorstep once again, and it appeared they almost got into the end zone late in the ball game. Calvin Ridley made a catch, but it was out of the back of the end zone, ruled incomplete. Doug Peterson challenged, and it was confirmed to be an incomplete pass, leaving them with almost no time or opportunity left.
4th down and 10 for the 13. Shotgun snap. Lawrence is back. Lawrence looking. Lawrence throws to the end zone. Incomplete. In the direction of Ingram. Coverage by Brandon Stevens. And with 3:19 to go, the Ravens will take over. Roquan Smith is waving goodbye to the crowd as he walks off the field. Ravens get the ball back with a 16-point lead.
And a 16-point victory. They win at 23-7 to wrap up the playoff spot with what they've got in front of them with the Niners and Miami, one they absolutely had to have. As for Jacksonville, they're involved in a divisional race again now with 3 weeks left to go. More on tonight's game. Let's go back to Everbank Stadium, rejoin Ryan Radke and Ryan Leaf. Guys?
All right, Scott, thanks very much. And, Ryan, I think you have to be impressed by what the Ravens did here tonight. Not that just they came and they beat Jacksonville, but outside of a brief moment in this game when the Jags hit the long pass to Agnew, where it felt like, all right, maybe they're getting a little momentum back on their side. Other than that, it was all Baltimore here tonight. I mean, they just really kind of controlled this game against the Jaguars.
You know, I'd lend this to how they finished last week. Last week was a game that this team has lost throughout this year. The Colts loss, the Steelers loss, the Browns loss. But instead, special teams made a play. They got the win. And I think that just catapulted this team who takes their show on the road all the time and does well. And you're exactly right. They dominated. They imposed their will tonight in the running game, the defense, all of it. They were opportunistic, and the Jags simply just maybe still not ready for prime time.
Let's check the final stats, sponsored by the United States Postal Service. This holiday season, send more joy from the comfort of home. Print shipping labels, schedule free package pickup, and turn on delivery notifications from the United States Postal Service. 396 yards for the Ravens tonight. 251 of them came on the ground. 30th straight game the Ravens have run for 100 yards. It's the longest active streak in the NFL. The next closest streak is 7 straight games. And the Ravens have done it 30 games in a row. Lamar Jackson, 14-24 for 171 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. He also had 12 carries for 97 yards. Keaton Mitchell, 9 carries, 73 yards before leaving with a knee injury. Gus Edwards had 16 carries for 58 yards and a touchdown, his 11th rushing touchdown of the year. Isaiah Likely, 5 catches, 70 yards, and a TD. For Jacksonville, meanwhile, the Jags had 333 yards of offense. They were 3 of 13 on third down in the game. Trevor Lawrence, 25 of 43, 264 yards and a touchdown. He was the Jags' leading rusher, 4 carries for 41 yards. And Jamal Agnew had 2 catches for 70 yards, that 65-yard touchdown in the ball game. You know, the Ravens really, they took away what Jacksonville wanted to do. Evan Ingram had 4 catches, 28 yards tonight. Really did not let him become a factor. They basically bottled up the running game. Travis Etienne, 10 carries for 31 yards. And the Jaguars right now, I mean, really thin at that wide receiver spot to begin. Zay Jones goes out. That just makes it even harder on their offense.
It does. And he had 5 Travis Etienne had 5 carries on the first drive. And then he only got 5 the rest of the way through. We made it a point in the pregame that for Jacksonville to be in this game, it was going to be imperative that they rush the football. And they just went away from it way too early. They started, once again, asking Trevor Lawrence to do everything with his arm. And unfortunately, we saw how that played out last week when he was asked to throw 50 times. This time he doesn't turn it over with his arm. He turns it over twice by fumbling, and you just can't do that. You can't do that against a Ravens team that's going to pound the rock where you have limited possession. So Jags are in a difficult situation. They have a more reasonable finish to the season than, let's say, the Ravens have. So that has to put them in an optimistic point. But, yeah, they have to take a good hard look in the mirror and then look around for some skill position players, especially out on the wide receiver position.
93 passing attempts the last 2 games for Trevor Lawrence. All right, let's select our State Farm drive of the game. What do you like?
Well, for me, it was when it was 10-7. Agnew had just scored the big touchdown. There was a couple possessions traded back and forth, and then the big drive where Lamar Jackson hits Isaiah Likely with that most unconventional play. Should have went down from a sack, instead throws it across his body. Isaiah Likely goes up, sandwiched between 2 players, makes the catch. Ultimately, Baltimore gets into the end zone, gets a 17-7 lead, and that was the end of the deal.
Yeah, Gus Edwards with that run, a 5-play, 58-yard drive, took 2:17 off the clock. It's our drive of the game, sponsored by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there for the help you need, whether it's online, on the phone, or on the State Farm mobile app. Bad news for the Ravens. John Harbaugh just said downstairs that Keaton Mitchell is out for the rest of the year with a, quote, significant knee injury. Hate to hear that. Young man that had been playing so well. And Baltimore team that's kind of done it by committee. So they still have Gus Edwards. They still have Justice Hill. Of course, they still have Lamar Jackson. But that will be a hurdle for them to clear going forward. We talked about what's ahead for the Ravens at San Francisco next Monday night. Then they play Miami, maybe the game for the number 1 seed in the AFC, and they close against Pittsburgh. Toughest remaining strength of schedule in the NFL. So the Ravens keep clearing these hurdles, but there's no time for them to take a deep breath.
There isn't. No one's going to shame them if they were to go to San Francisco and get beat next week, okay? So let's start with that. It's not, they're not good enough. It's San Francisco in the Bay. That game's not going to be played once again when they play each other if they meet. It'll probably be in Las Vegas. So it's a good litmus test, though. It's going to showcase what they can do against a team that is incredibly talented from top to bottom, offensively, defensively. It's going to be a really neat opportunity for both defenses to go up against really different kind of offenses, and I think make for a really dynamic matchup. I'm excited for that one.
I'm really looking forward to that game. We'll have it for you on Westwood 1 next Monday night. That'll cap off our triple header on Christmas Day. Meanwhile, for the Jags, we talked about it. 8-6, they're in a fight now in the division. They're right there with the Colts and the Texans at 8-6. They close at Tampa Bay, against Carolina, at Tennessee. You can look at that on paper and say, well, it's not that bad. But look, Tampa Bay, Baker Mayfield looked incredible today. Threw for over 300 yards. They won up in Green Bay. Tennessee has proven that they are no easy out, even though Houston did come back and beat them. Congrats to Houston in that game today. The Jaguars got to figure some things out, as you said a moment ago, coming down the stretch.
They got to, and they don't have the wide receiver depth right now. I don't know where you replace it from. You have to look outside and look what's on the practice squad and see if that can be a difference maker. And then Evan Ingram can't be taken away like he was tonight. He's the leading receiver on this football team, so he has to be a big part of it. You looked at that schedule, you talked about it. At the Bucs is going to be incredibly difficult. There's 4 losses staring you in the face in a row right there. Carolina found a way to win, but it's still Carolina. They should have that one. And then the Titans have played incredibly well at home. They have not looked the same on the road, but at home they've been pretty darn good. So, yeah, it's the way they've played, it's opened the door wide open for both Houston and, hey, the former Washington State quarterback Gardner Minshew led Indianapolis Colts right now. They just keep getting it done every single time they step on the field.
They know all about Minshew mania here.
Oh, yeah. I saw more Minshew jerseys walking around here. They love it. They love that mustache. I get it.
Ryan, fun to be with you. Merry Christmas to you and the family. Look forward to doing it again soon.
You too, buddy. It's been a while, so thanks.
Ravens win at 23-7 over the Jaguars. We'll send it back to Scott Graham now in our Westwood 1 studios.
All right, thank you very much, guys. When we come back, we're going to run down all the scores and highlights from today's NFL action. This is Westwood 1's coverage of the National Football League.
Don't miss a new episode this week of Forward Progress, a conversation on race and sports in America with Jason Jackson and Kirk Morris.
Illinois State issues formal apology to Norfolk State after fan shouts racial slur during the game.
It gives us a clear understanding that this stuff still goes on in our country. Some fans feel like they have a right, but it doesn't give you entitlement to act or say some of the things that some do.
Check out Forward Progress. New episodes each Wednesday on the Sirius XM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans. Just search Forward Progress.
Find your holiday mood with hand-picked music from Hallmark Channel Radio for cozying up, spirited fun,
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
or feeling the love.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart.
Let Hallmark Channel Radio's holiday mixtapes be the backdrop to your festive journey. All season long on the Sirius XM app, included in all trials and popular plans. Just search Hallmark Channel Radio mixtapes.
Ring in the holidays with the perfect gift for the golfer in your life with Golf Now gift cards. Personalize your message and choose when you want it delivered. Perfect for last-minute gifting. Your favorite golfer can pick from 11,000 courses to celebrate their next round. This is the easiest way to make their holidays merry and bright. Buy a Golf Now gift card instantly on golfnow.com or in the Golf Now app.
I'm Bruce Murray. And I'm Rich Gannon. Join us Monday, noon Eastern Time on the Sirius XM Blitz. We recap Week
15 in the NFL, starting with the Cowboys-Bills and the Ravens-Jaguars as the playoff races heat up.
We will preview Monday Night Football between the Eagles and Seahawks, and Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell will join us as well.
So don't miss the SiriusXM Blitz with me and, of course, Rich Gannon. Monday, noon Eastern Time on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and on the SiriusXM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans.
Back at the Sunday Night Football postgame show following Baltimore's 23-7 win over Jacksonville. Let's take a look back at what happened earlier today in the National Football League. And we begin in Buffalo with arguably the hottest team in the NFL coming in. The Dallas Cowboys, after their Week 9 loss at Philadelphia, had won 5 straight games and averaged 40.2 points per game since Week 10. We're going up against the Bills team, pretty desperate at 7-6. You know, the Bills hadn't lost more than 6 games or missed the playoffs since Josh Allen's rookie year. That was back in 2018. Buffalo realized they had to control this game, and that's exactly what they did by going to the ground early and often in this one. On their opening drive of the game, they were holding the ball, they were running the ball hard behind James Cook. And they stayed with that formula all day long. Josh Allen only threw for 94 yards today and 1 touchdown. But James Cook had plenty to put the team on his back.
Here's the snap. Give us to Cook. Goes behind Dawkins through a hole. Down to the 10, the 5, and he leaps into the end zone. James Cook with his second touchdown of the game. 1 receiving, 1 rushing. It is a blowout here in Orchard Park as the Cook has found the kitchen for the second time tonight.
Chris Brown, WGR Sports Radio 550 in Buffalo. This was a stunner because Buffalo dominated this game from start to finish. They ran for 266 yards. They possessed the ball for 35 minutes. James Cook, 179 yards, and those 2 scores you heard about. And the Bills win it by a score of 31-10. Trying to keep up with Cincinnati and Indy, they now draw even with those 2 teams at 8-6. Josh Allen also did run for a score in this one, but Buffalo took care of business at home against Dallas. On the other side, Dak Prescott threw for 134 yards in this ball game. A lot of those came late as the Cowboys got a C.D. Lamb touchdown when it didn't matter much as the game was coming to an end. Dallas falls to 10-4. They fall from first place in the NFC East, but they clinch a playoff spot. The Eagles do, by the way, as well. After the game, Dak Prescott found out they were in.
Don't care, to be honest. Obviously, coming into this thing, and I mean, beginning of the year, that's one of the goals. But as we've gotten to the latter part of the year with the way that we've been handling the season, we knew that was just a matter of time. So can check it off, but we've got other things to focus on, and I've continued to tell you all in different times that this is about us putting our best performance out each and every week, and today we simply didn't do that, and so that's where the concern and that's where the focus is.
They wake up tomorrow morning as the number 5 seed in the NFC. What do they have to focus on? Well, the next 2 games at Miami and home for Detroit before wrapping up at Washington. Speaking of that Miami team, they were playing at home today against the New York Jets. They had already beaten New York on Black Friday and beaten them pretty badly the first time 2 teams played one another. But how did this one go? Well, Miami didn't have Tyreek Hill today. That was a cause for concern. Somebody was going to have to step up after Tua Tagovailoa, who was 3-0 in his career against the New York Jets, kind of got shut out in that Monday night shocking loss at home to Tennessee. As we said, somebody had to step up, and Jalen Waddle turned out to be that guy.
Tua under center. Back to throw, looking deep down the left sideline. He wants Waddle. He's got it! Touchdown, Miami! There's the new cheetah in town.
Okay, maybe not Jimmy Cephalo, the WBGG, WINZ Miami Dolphins radio network, but he was a pretty good cheetah substitute today. 8 catches, 142 yards in that touchdown. That was the only touchdown that Tua threw today, but Raheem Mostert, as you know, gets into the end zone with regularity. Now, more rushing touchdowns than any Dolphins runner ever. He passed Ricky Williams today with 2 more, and Miami beats the New York Jets by a score of 30-0. Defense only gave up 103 yards today. They turned New York over 4 times. They sacked the quarterback 6 times. They stay at 10-4 right now. One game behind Baltimore. That game still to come on New Year's Eve with the Ravens, could be for the number 1 overall seed. Right now, Miami is number 2. The Jets, well, they were shut out for the first time since Week 3 of the 2021 season, officially eliminated from the playoffs. Zach Wilson ended up leaving the game late in the second quarter with dehydration. Then the team said it was a head injury. Then they said it was a concussion. Trevor Siemian finished up. New York is 5-9. Kansas City went to New England today, a team that hadn't lost 3 consecutive games since 2017 when their quarterback was Alex Smith. Patrick Mahomes hadn't lost 3 consecutive games since he was at Texas Tech. Well, they didn't lose today. They took care of business against New England at Gillette Stadium, winning by a score of 27-17. They didn't have Isaiah Pacheco today, but Clyde Edwards-Helaire did a pretty good job filling in. He caught a touchdown pass, ran for 37 yards. Jerick McKinnon also had a touchdown reception in this game out of the backfield, and the Chiefs win their 9th game of the year. As far as going for Kansas City to Gillette Stadium and playing in New England, Patrick Mahomes likes it there.
I think I'm always am this focused when I'm playing against Coach Belichick, because I know how many different schemes he's gonna put out there and how great of a coach he is. Obviously, trying to focus on the details as much as possible, and you want to get as many tells as you can. But in an important game, we needed to win, and so I was glad with how the guys responded, and we were able to find a way to win against a really good team.
Bill Belichick falls to 7-5 against Andy Reid as a head coach, 4-2 in the regular season. Bailey Zappi threw for 180 and a touchdown on the day. New England falls to 3-11 on the year. Really good game today between Cleveland and Chicago at Cleveland Browns Stadium. Cleveland began the day as the number 5 seed in the AFC, 2 games behind the Ravens in the North. And Joe Flacco having a rebirth, averaging almost 283 yards per game in his 2 starts at quarterback. Today, he threw for 374. He also threw 3 interceptions, but he threw 2 touchdown passes, and Dustin Hopkins hit a go-ahead 34-yard field goal with 32 seconds left. That made it a 20-17 ball game. Chicago Bears still had a little bit of time, and Justin Fields got them within a toss. It turned out to be more than a toss. It was a wild ending to this game.
Fields back to pass, up in the pocket, he rolls left, time's run out, he's going to look, he's going to launch, it's going down into the end zone, knock it down, the ball is intercepted, it's intercepted by the Browns, as DeAnthony Bell got it, he got it, ball game over, Browns win, 20-17, it's all over.
Thank God, because Jim, that ball was knocked down onto Darnell Mooney's chest, who was on the ground, and then it popped up into the air miraculously, and DeAnthony Bell gets the interception. Darnell Mooney had a shot at it. Oh my God, the cardiac kids are back, Jim. 9-5, and you remain undefeated.
Yep, Nathan Segura, Jim Donovan is undefeated on the Cleveland Browns radio network this year. 20-17 the final. Mooney didn't just have the ball on his chest, he had the ball on his hands. You see the replay, heartbreaking for Chicago, and another miracle for the Cleveland Browns, who are 9-5. Chicago falls to 5-9. Tremendous ending today in Tennessee between the Titans and the Houston Texans. Texans were playing without C.J. Stroud. So here comes Case Keenum back into town again, making his 65th career start with a career record of 29-35, his first start in 2 years. He showed himself reasonably well today, but Tennessee had itself a lead, and why not? They were wearing the old Houston Oilers throwbacks, which I can't even begin to describe to you how happy they make me to see. Happy enough so that we actually saw overtime in this game and 10 more minutes of the Oilers uniforms. This one went down to the final seconds of the ball game because in this tie game, Houston had the ball and an opportunity to squeeze out a win they probably shouldn't have had a chance to get. Kaimi Fairbairn taking a shot at it as overtime was about to end.
54-yard attempt, left hash mark. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn. Yes! Good! The Texans win! Yes! Legendary! Fairbairn knocks it through from 54 as the Texans defeat the former Oilers.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
19-16. Have a nice day.
Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware, Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610 in Houston. I'll take one of those jerseys if you're packing them up. 19-16 the final score. Houston is now 8-6, and they are still very much alive in the divisional race, as we found out tonight, and in the playoff race, and they did it all without Stroud, who was out in the concussion protocol. Tennessee falls to 5-9. Check this one out. Derrick Henry had 4 games in his career where he had more than 200 rushing yards against the Texans. Today, 16 carries, 9 yards. Overall on the day, it's the first player in NFL history with 20 or more touches and fewer than 15 yards on the game. Tennessee falls to 5-9, and oh, by the way, they're eliminated from playoff contention. Still to come, more scores, highlights, and post-game reaction. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Hey, you know, people talk about spreading holiday cheer. Overrated. I had some holiday cheer last year, and you know what? Lasted a couple of hours. Then whoosh, gone. Just like that. However, spreading holiday comfort with Skechers, now that's something your loved ones will enjoy long after the new year. Because Skechers, the comfort technology company, has footwear for the whole family that will be the most comfortable, stylish holiday gifts under the tree. To start, there's hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Have you tried these yet? The greatest invention ever. You just step into them and they're on. You don't need to bend down to touch your shoes. Slip in and go. And Skechers slip-ins come in all your favorite styles, including boots, footwear with and without laces, and even Skechers Arch Fit with podiatrist-certified arch support. And let me tell you something. With all the extra support, you get all-day comfort. They are amazing. So whether you're shopping for the kids, grandparents, moms, and dads, be the hit of the holidays with Skechers. Because there's nothing better than spreading a little holiday comfort. Find hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out. Not available in all states. For risks and restrictions, visit orhealth.com. Use as directed.
Do you want to help take back control of your drinking? Do you want a stronger heart, a healthier liver, and clearer skin? Do you want more energy, better sleep, and more mental clarity? What about improved relationships and performance at work? Help take back control of your drinking with OrHealth. OrHealth provides access to medication to help make it easier to drink less or quit. With OrHealth, you could feel more in control in just days. To see if OrHealth is right for you, text ASSIST to 323232. You'll be sent a secure link to a private online assessment. It takes just a few minutes. Most people do it right on their smartphone. If treatment is right for you, a licensed healthcare professional will prescribe medication directly online. OrHealth then sends meds right to your door in discreet packaging. Everything is private, convenient, affordable, and judgment-free. Get started by texting ASSIST to 323232. Take back control with OrHealth. Text the word ASSIST to 323232. Text ASSIST to 323232.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Every child deserves the best teachers, facilities, and academic programs to set them up for success. At Milton Hershey School in Hershey, Pennsylvania, we make that a reality for children from qualifying families who are looking for greater opportunities. Milton Hershey School enrolls students from pre-K through 12th grade from across the United States to live and learn on a beautiful state-of-the-art campus with all costs covered. Are you looking to set your child up for success or know a child who could benefit from Milton Hershey School? Learn more at mhskids.org/admissions.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
Get a little home cooking right on your phone. Your hometown announcers are always on the SiriusXM app. SiriusXM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here.
Back at the Sunday Night Football post-game show following Baltimore's win in Jacksonville. We continue our look by turning over to the NFC and the team that's on the top, the number 1 seed right now, the San Francisco 49ers, who have been on a roll. 5 in a row coming into their game in Arizona today and trying to sweep the season series with the Arizona Cardinals. Niners won 9 games this year by 12 or more points, most in the National Football League. And although Arizona gave them an early fight, San Francisco proved once again to be just too much. Why? Well, because Brock Purdy plays the way he plays and because they traded for Christian McCaffrey last year.
7-step drop, gets chased out of there, will throw on the run, wide open, McCaffrey makes the catch, goes down, gets up, touchdown! CMC!
That's Greg Pop of the 49ers radio flagship, KNBR 680 in San Francisco. McCaffrey, 3 touchdowns on the day, a rushing score and 2 receiving scores. That gave him 7 for the year against Arizona, tied for the most by any player against one team in the same season in NFL history. Brock Purdy throws 4 touchdown passes, no interceptions. San Francisco wins going away, 45-29. The final score in this one. Deebo Samuel caught a couple of touchdowns in this one. Javarius Ward had an interception return for a touchdown. And the Niners wrap up the NFC West at 11-3 and keep that inside track on the number 1 overall seed, something their head coach was asked about after the game.
Winning this division, getting it last year, getting it this year, I mean, it's huge. It's, we just want to get in the playoffs. When you win your division, it's a much better road in the playoffs, and I know the guys were pumped about it, but now our biggest thing is making sure we got 2 home games and trying to get a bye, so that's what we're focused on now.
As for Arizona, Kyler Murray threw for a touchdown but a pair of interceptions. They put up some points today, but Arizona falls to 3-11 on the year. Tampa Bay went to Green Bay today, and for Baker Mayfield, you could, understand if he wasn't the happiest guy about doing this. The last 2 years with 2 different teams, Mayfield went into Lambeau Field in December and walked out losing a ball game. Today, Tampa Bay had to win to make sure they were holding on to the top spot in the NFC South. Began the day as the number 4 seed and trying to win a 3rd straight division title. Tampa Bay has never done that. Well, Mayfield today was perfect. If you go by passer rating, he did everything that was needed of him today, including put the ball exactly where it needed to be.
3rd down and 3, a long 3. Shotgun look, low snap, pass by Baker Mayfield, caught ball, and a first down. It's Moore to the 40, inside the 35 to the 30, more to the 25 to the 20, more to the 10, to the 5. David Moore has scored a touchdown, Tampa Bay, on 3rd down and 3.
That's Gene Deckerhoff on the Buccaneers Radio Network. One of 4 touchdown passes thrown by Mayfield today. He was 22 for 28, 381 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and a perfect passer rating. Tampa Bay beats Green Bay today, 34-20. Now, those numbers that I just told you about for Mayfield, the perfect passer rating, the touchdowns, the no interceptions, and the yards, he's only the 3rd player in NFL history to ever do that in a road game. Afterwards, he didn't care much about that. His team's still in first place, and he says the Bucs are doing what they need to do.
Just our team was really prepared to come in here. Just like we talked about, that mentality, the playoff mentality, to come in here with one job in mind and just to find a way to win. And we did that. So just couldn't be happier with this group. And so we'll enjoy it, but then hit the reset button on to next week.
Began the day, as we said, as the number 4 seed, and they are right there as they finish the day today as the number 4 seed in the NFC. Green Bay started the day as the 7 seed. Right now, if the playoffs began, and it's really late, and it's Monday, and they wouldn't begin right now, but Green Bay's out. Jordan Love, 284 yards passing, a couple of touchdowns on the day, but Green Bay falls to 6-8 on the year. They are replaced as the number 7 seed by that team in Los Angeles that keeps winning. With Aaron Donald and a defense that not everybody knows and a revitalized Matthew Stafford, the Rams are now 7-7.
Stafford from a strong right set. Play fakes, set up to throw. Full send, deep down the left side. No one near Cup. Caught at the 20. Untouched to the end zone. Don't look now, but the Rams cheat code is back. Cooper Kupp for the 3rd week in a row. 62 yards from Matthew Stafford.
That's J.B. Long on 710 ESPN Los Angeles. Cooper Kupp had gone away for a while, but he had 100 yards last week, 111 today. Stafford throws a pair of touchdowns. Kyron Williams runs for $152 and a score, and the Rams beat the Washington Commanders today 28-20. As we said, now 7-7, and the number 7 seed for now in the NFC. On the other side for Washington, it's been a tough year. They're 4-10 right now with this loss. Sam Howell threw for just 102 yards and a touchdown. He was replaced in the 4th quarter by Jacoby Brissett, who went 8 for 10 for 124 yards and 2 touchdowns. You wonder what that means moving forward as they take on the Jets next week. But Washington, as we said, 4-10 on the season. Now the New York Giants were starting to get big thoughts. This is a team that had won 3 games in a row, and they were swept up in the Tommy DeVito show, trying to become the first team in NFL history to make the playoffs after starting 2-8 or worse. Came into today as the number 12 seed, just 1 game behind number 7. Those are all numbers. They went to New Orleans today where the Saints play good football. Saints defense had 7 sacks today. 1 point in the 3rd quarter, they outgained the Giants 140-2. Derek Carr threw 3 touchdown passes, and New Orleans beat the Giants today by a score of 24-6. Alvin Kamara had 66 yards on the ground, 44 through the air. That means, once again, more than 1,000 scrimmage yards in the season. Only the 17th player in NFL history. No, the 16th. With 1,000-plus scrimmage yards in his first 7 seasons. Of the previous 15, 8 of them are in the Hall of Fame. New Orleans is now 7-7, still chasing a playoff spot in the NFC. Tommy DeVito, 177 yards, didn't throw for a touchdown, didn't throw for an interception in this game, but Saquon Barkley held to 9 carries and 14 yards as New York falls to 5-9, and now they get to spend Christmas afternoon in Philadelphia against the Eagles. And it was Atlanta and Carolina today at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, playing in a pouring rain. Atlanta, although they were 6-7, was not in first place because of tiebreakers, but talk about a team that hadn't had a winning record since 2017, time for the 3rd longest active streak without a winning record. They didn't get closer to it today because although they had opportunities, they ended up throwing the ball or fumbling the ball away. Big fumble from Bijan Robinson in this game, and an interception from Desmond Ridder late gave Carolina the ball back, down by 1 late in the ball game. And although it was not a thing of beauty, Bryce Young did lead his team down the field and got them in position to win it.
The ball is between the hashes. It is a 23-yard chip shot for the win. Jansen to snap. Hecker puts it down. Eddie swings the leg. The kick is up. It's good. Cue up Neil Diamond.
So good, so good, so good. Yeah, they play Sweet Caroline when they win. 9-7 the final as Carolina gets their 2nd win of the year. Pinheiro hitting on the game winner. Chuba Hubbard had 87 yards on the ground today, continuing his good season. On the other side for Atlanta, head-scratching. This team really struggles in situations, especially on the road. They fall to 6-8. Desmond Ridder held to 152 yards and a touchdown, and also that key interception, as the Atlanta Falcons now have a much tougher road to try to qualify for the playoffs in the NFC. We're going to wrap things up when we return. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Sirius XM has football covered from every perspective. Hear daily analysis of the National Football League on NFL Radio Channel 88. He's playing some great football. Not good football, but some great football. The most in-depth college football talk on College Sports Radio Channel 84 and our Power 5 conference channels.
They want to play fast, gas the defense, hit big plays.
And get expert fantasy football advice on Fantasy Sports Radio Channel 87.
This guy has a chance to be a baller. He has the most upside in the history of fantasy football.
It's an all-out blitz of football talk on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
Ozuna. Explore the innovative reggaeton hits that made him a global superstar on a new exclusive SiriusXM channel. Ozuna Radio. The stories behind the songs, his influences, favorite artists, and more. Ozuna Radio. Now for a limited time on Channel 152 and the SiriusXM app.
High speed, high tech, and filled with high flyers. Formula One is the world's most elite motorsports league. I'm Sarah Eisen, and my new CNBC documentary, Inside Track, The Business of Formula One, takes a detailed look at what's fueling F1's popularity and who's profiting. You'll hear from the biggest names in the sport, including executives, drivers, and sponsors. Follow the Squawk on the Street podcast and listen to Inside Track, The Business of Formula One, now.
On SiriusXM, the NFL experience goes far beyond game day. And your SiriusXM subscription gives you all the access you need to the NFL content you crave every game. With your hometown announcers on the SiriusXM app.
He caught it for a touchdown!
Hear live talk shows discussing all the different angles.
He's been injured, but he knows how to win.
Passionate debates on Mad Dog Sports Radio. Interviews with coaches and players on NFL Radio. And advice on your fantasy lineups on Fantasy Sports Radio. All the NFL content you need, all on the SiriusXM app.
Final score, Baltimore 23, Jacksonville 7. You've been listening to Westwood One's coverage of Sunday Night Football. Tonight's broadcast has been sponsored by Bounty Paper Towels, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by AutoZone, by NFL.com, and by BetMGM, the official odds provider for Westwood One. Please gamble responsibly. I want to thank our crew for this evening. Studio coordinator Art Martinez, production assistance provided by Scott Kornberg, Danny Reed, Ray Martell, and Dan Silverman. Our statistician, Sean Badger, spotter, Colin Lacey, engineer, Bob White. Production supervisors, Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein. Coordinating producer, Mike Eby. The executive producer of Westwood One Sports is Howard Deneroff. Join us again tomorrow night for Monday Night Football. The Philadelphia Eagles meet the Seattle Seahawks. Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner have the action. Pre-game coverage with NFL Network's Rich Eisen kicks off at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Then later this week, it's Thursday Night Football as the New Orleans Saints square off against the Los Angeles Rams. Saturday, special NFL doubleheader when the Bengals battle the Steelers and the Chargers host the Bills. And finally, next Sunday night, the New England Patriots visit the Denver Broncos. Catch all those games right here on many of these same stations, the NFL app, or streamed live for free on our website, westwoodonesports.com. Once again, our final score tonight from North Florida. Baltimore 23, Jacksonville 7. Now, for Ryan Ratke and Ryan Leaf, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Thanks for listening to the National Football League on Sirius XM. Now, let's join the NFL Radio postgame show.